Welcome to the second morning of swimming, the second of 6 here at this 2025 Aquatics GB Swimming Championships. It is the qualification meet for the World Swimming Championships in Singapore, for the Para World Swimming Championships as well later this summer. Also for the European Junior Championships and the European Under-23s. And from that European Junior Championships will be selected the World Junior Championship team. And then, of course, there's the European Youth Olympic Festival also being selected. A massive selection meet. And what a start we had yesterday morning. It was absolutely brilliant all day yesterday. In fact, we had a world record in the heats and the finals from Faye Rogers, the para-athlete, the S10, on that women's 200 fly. Did it in the morning and broke it again in the final. Amazing that was. And, well, there's the session. And there's straight off with a men's 50 metres breaststroke. Then there's that men's 200 fly. Women's 400 medley. And then the men's 400 IM. We've got Duncan Scott. And then, of course, women's 100 metres backstroke and the 1500 metres freestyle. And what a session we had yesterday evening. Freya Colbert qualifying for the World Championships on the 200 freestyle, winning that race. Fabulous time it was, 1:55. And then the women's 4x2 also qualified. They had to average 1:58s or lower, and they did that, the 4 women. So they'll be going to Singapore in that women's 4x2. Jimmy Guy's 400 freestyle. Well, that was something special. I'll come to that because I've got a superstar sitting next to me in the commentary box. Distance freestyle supremo. But Greg Butler's first time underneath 60 seconds for the 100 metres breaststroke, and Adam Peaty was helping me commentate on that one. But delighted to have in the commentary box with me Dan Jervis, Olympic, double Olympian, Olympic finalist on the 1500 metres freestyle. Have you enjoyed it so far, Dan?
I've loved it, Andy. I'm having so much fun. Yeah, it's intense. It's very different to what I'm used to, but I'm having a great time.
And last night, that's 400 metres freestyle from Jimmy Guy. When the way he swam it was fascinating. It's been, I think, 9 years since he swam a top-level 400 metres freestyle. Almost looked like he'd forgotten how to swim it.
Well, he probably did, or he was probably just having a go to see what he could do. I don't blame him. It was so good to watch. It was so good to be a spectator. I'm glad I wasn't in it.
Well, first race up this morning is this men's 50 metres breaststroke. We've got 10 heats. In this first heat, there are just 3 swimmers, one of which is a para swimmer, the SB3. That's Harvey Phillips in 3. There he is. Luke Jones in 4 from Bromsgrove, and Finley Ryan, West Norfolk in 5. So here we go, and also joined on this by Paul Noble, the 15 times Paralympic medalist, and we'll just come to that in a second, but very quick up into the stroke is Luke Jones of Bromsgrove. Leading at the moment, closer to us in the purple hat, is Finley Ryan of West Norfolk. His entry time 30.20 and 30.17, so just 3/100ths of a second splitting these two. We'll come to Harvey Phillips in just a second, but this is Finley Ryan. Can he get sub 30? Look at that, he has done. 9/10ths of a second lifetime best from Finley Ryan from West Norfolk. Brilliant swim from him. Luke Jones in second. And Paul, we've got Harvey Phillips here, the SB3 swimmer.
Yeah, Harvey coming through there. As you can see, he's a quadruple amputee, Harvey. The SB3 event, S1 to 10, of course, for those swimmers with physical impairments, S1 being the most severe. So Harvey is the most severe range of impairment in the Paralympic swimming program. And he's in there just over the 1 minute mark, 1:02.92. So there is para finals tonight, and Harvey Phillips will be back for that para final. He should be on his own, unfortunately, but as you saw last night with Ellie Chalice, she relished that opportunity to swim in front of this crowd here at the Aquatics Centre. So we'll see Harvey a little bit later on.
So the result of the first heat of the men's 50 metres breaststroke. Big smile on his face. Finley Ryan, huge lifetime best. First time sub 30, 29.37. Great from him. Luke Jones second. And Harvey Phillips gets another chance tonight. And that's SB3 para final. So heat 2 of the men's 50 metres breaststroke. 2 Swansea swimmers in 4 and 5. So Jean-Luc Leval Pascal in 4 and Nathan Walford in 5. So 10 heats of this men's 50 metres breaststroke. 19 swimmers are seeded between 30.0 and 30.20. So 19 swimmers seeded within 21 hundredths of each other. Look at this, very tight indeed. It actually looks like up there in lane 1, Aaron Oklas of Stirling. Oklas looking very good indeed in that black hat right at the top here, and he may well get it. He's going well. Can he go under 30 seconds? 29.3. Well, 30.1 was his entry time. 0.8 of a second underneath his season's best, a new lifetime best as well. And from an outside lane, that's an outstanding swim. Really is. The first was Elkers of Stirling. Second, I think, was Chris Acevedo of Aquatics Newcastle. There we go, confirmation of the results. And the first 5 underneath 30. Well, it's getting hot already. Look at that. Well, the next heat is not seeded to be going under 30. We've had 5 already. Wow. So heat 3 of 10 in this men's 50 breaststroke. And with 6 swimmers already under 30 seconds, the marker really clearly laid down. Fastest seed is Callum Minshall. Another 2 Swansea swimmers in 4 and 5. Minshall in 4, Ryan Larkin in 5.
Take your marks.
3 Swansea swimmers in this heat, heat 3. Luke Hoy also in there. So fastest seed right in the centre is Callum Minshall of Swansea. Also going well right at the top there, Andrew Hooper. And these outside lanes, well, they really are going very fast indeed at the moment. The winner from the previous heat was in lane 1. Lane 0 right at the top here. Andrew Hooper going well. Starting to catch up, though, is an overtake is Saxon Minto of Chelmsford. Had a cracking 100 last night, and he wins it 29.0. Well, that's another full second underneath his lifetime best. Some outstanding swimming in the early heats here. Dan, this is amazing swimming.
It is amazing swimming, and maybe it is the fact that it's just come out that the 50s have been added to the Olympic programme. Has that influenced these swimmers' training? What do you think?
Well, it's only just come out, so they haven't had too much time to react, I suppose. But another 5 swimmers sub 30, so that's 11 so far. And the winner, Saxon Minto, off a fabulous 100 metres breaststroke yesterday. In fact, 2 of them, 2 lifetime best he did there. A couple of seconds PBs he did on that. Another second there. Phenomenal stuff. Beadle 2nd, Hooper 3rd, Larkin 4th with Miles 5th. All sub 30. Gracious me. You ever do a 50, Dan? Any stroke?
Add another 29 lengths onto that, I think. That was my event.
Do you have to take sandwiches for a 30-length race?
Oh, I feel as if I need a cup of tea halfway through.
Wow. Wow. Here we go. This is heat 4, the men's 50 metres breaststroke. You might have seen there at lane 7, Sam Williamson of University of Bath has got an E against his name, so he will be excluded from being able to go through to the finals should he be fast enough. It's a British championship. It is open in the heats, but they do want to have just British swimmers in the finals. It's trials for various different events. Sensible. Great to see the internationals here, but also sensible to be able to have a pure trial in the evening in the A finals and the junior finals. So there we go, very tight indeed. 29.37, 29.53 was second, a tie for third. 29.60, very close indeed. And William Miles of Loughborough University winning that one. So close, thank goodness for electronic timing on these 50s, Dan.
Yeah, all these lads are so close to coming to all together, and yeah. Also, because I know Petey's thinking of doing the LA games in this event. These boys, if they want to get on that team, they're gonna have to get close to him because he's not waiting.
Well, absolutely. I mean, it's suddenly become a really serious event. Great Britain never really selected 50 metres swimmers for the major championships. We've actually been very successful over the years in the 50 metres of the stroke events. but never really had, apart from the freestyle, of course, where Ben Proud, Olympic silver medalist, and he's been an absolute stalwart for British swimming in the 50s. Took over from Mark Foster, who also was outstanding on those 50s in the freestyle. But for some reason, it's been in the world program, World Championships, 25 years. But the IOC, International Olympic Committee, just now decided it should be an Olympic event, the 50 fly, 50 back and 50 breast, this event. Heat 5, the men's 50 metres breaststroke at the 2025 Aquatics GB Championships, and Finley Tsang of the city of Glasgow is the fastest seed. 3 juniors in this event. Tsang's one of them in lane 4. Oscar Chin in 1, and Ryan Miles right at the top there. And they're doing well, the juniors, at the moment. 1, 2, 3, in fact, ranked with 15 metres to go here. Finley Tsang coming back right in the centre, but also still going well is Ryan Mills right at the top there. Who's going to get the touch? I think Mills might. Is he going to go sub-29? 29.2 wins it. 29.56 second, and the juniors did really well there. They really did. So, oh, I have to apologise. I've got the wrong swimmers there. My mistake. That's heat 5. So, but still lane 0. So Josh Mitchell-Story wins it. I do apologise, Josh, but he's very happy indeed. Look at that, and well done. Well, everything I said about him, apart from his name, was absolutely right. Josh Mitchell-Story of Orion. Well, he can't progress. See that E on the right-hand side, so he's an international swimmer, but a really good swimmer. Really good swim. 29.27. Apologies, Josh. Leon Taylor second. So this heat 6 of the men's 50 breaststroke. Woodburn in 5. In 4, it's Adam Metcalf of Loughborough. 4 juniors met the European junior qualifying time last night. The men's 100 metres breaststroke. Only 2 per nation, I think, can go. An interesting selection issue. So heat 6 of the men's 50 metres breaststroke. And again, so tight, so important to get the start here, to hit the start so well.
Definitely, and Elliot Goodburn had the best start there. He's already a body length in front, actually, at 30 metres.
Well, he was 6th on the 100 metres breaststroke. Look at the flow of this stroke. It's beautiful to watch. It really is. Hardly any pause at all. Petey has no pause in his stroke. That's why he's so quick, and this is brilliant. Well, this must be a 28 point surely. 28.2. Suddenly, it's got very fast indeed. Elliot Woodburn winning it. 6th on the 100 last night. Was only a B finalist at the trials on the 100 metres at the Olympic trials last year, but that's very quick indeed. Impressive stuff, Dan.
It was impressive, and he can definitely improve on that as well. He had a bit of a glide towards the finish, so that is, when he swims it again tonight, he can knock time off if he improves that.
He certainly can. 7/10 he won it by, from Adam Metcalf 2nd, Jamie Steadman 3rd, and Thomas Williams 4th. But Woodburn, what a marker that is, 28.2. Well, surely he's going to get another chance tonight with that. That's a cracking swim. He could well make the A final with that. A couple of international swimmers there, down in 6th and 8th. It's all round. That's very good indeed. So the last of the uncycle seeded heats, and Oliver Jones of Poole goes in as fastest seed in 4, next to Alexander Turnbull of the Isle of Man in 5. Ed Robinson in 7, a junior. 4th in the junior final in the 100 breaststroke last night. Nobody in lane 6. So heat 7, and again hit the start so well, and it looks like no lane 1 as well, so lane 1 is scratched. So a couple of scratches here in this, the 7th heat of the men's 50 metres breaststroke after that 100 breaststroke last night. But again, it looks like lane 0. I don't know what it is about this pool, but it really does seem like the outside lane's going very well this morning, and so many winners come from lane 1. A fast turnover here, also coming back very well in 3 is Joshua Mitchell. I think Mitchell got the touch, he did, by just, what, 18 100ths of a second from Sydney Fenwick of Salisbury Stingrays up there in lane 0, and 3rd was Ed Robinson of Chelsea and Westminster. These outside lanes, Dan, I'll tell you what, I'd love to be in the outside lane. You weren't quite so sure, you prefer to be in the middle. I guess you do a little bit more watching on the distance races, but for a sprint, outside's got to be good, isn't it?
I prefer to be in the middle, only because I was looking to the side because I was a freestyler, but breaststrokers, they're looking forward, so they can kind of put blinkers up in their lane and not see anyone for the whole race, so it doesn't really matter what lane you're in for breaststroke.
Well, Josh Mitchell from lane 3 wins it. The second swimmer to go sub 29 seconds, 28.91. Great swim from him. And then Sydney Finnick from the outside. Super swim, 29.0, the Salisbury athlete. Well done, him. That's a cracking swim. So one international swimmer in lane 1, but this heat 8, the first of these cycle seeded heats. And Rory Dixon of University of Stirling, entry time 27.84. 5th on the 100 breaststroke in the big final last night. A couple of swimmers here in the junior final and the B final. Watch Oscar Bilbao in lane 2 as well. Just gone to Arizona State University. Had a very good short course meet out there, the American National Championships. See how he can do, but very tight down this first 30 metres.
Yeah, Arizona State University, you know a lot about that place, Andy. I wonder what they've changed in his training.
Well, it'd be interesting to see. He's up there in lane 2. He's going well at the moment, but it looks like maybe 4, 5, 6 at the moment the race is, and it's very tight indeed between 4, 5 and 6. Who gets the touch? It is 5 from 4 from 6, and 2 100 splitting the first two. 28.00, 28.02 and 28.13, so 13 100 splitting those top 3. Wow, that is very close indeed.
Yeah, that was a great swim from Lewis, and he looks really happy as well.
Great to see a bit of emotion at the end. We need to teach these swimmers how to smile, don't we? Because I guess you're right into it, and then you have a look around, and the scoreboard about 75 metres away down the other end. But great swim from Lewis Fraser, 28 flat. Oh, so close to the 27 points. Dixon second, Hallett third, Harmon fourth, Tonks fifth, Bilbao sixth, the 2 Repton swimmers in 5th and 6th. First of the seeded heats. Quick, 28.0. I don't think the next swimmers will be that concerned about a 28 flat. There's plenty of guys who can go 27s here, including Goodburn and Novaki in 4 and 5. Goodburn in 4. 4th on the 100 metres breaststroke final last night, Archie Goodburn. Another finalist in lane 7, Josh Inglis of Mount Kelly, who was 8th in that final, did really well to make it through. Very interesting first 30.
Yeah, Archie's come through very strong in the first 25. I wonder how he recovered from last night's 100 breaststroke.
I'll ask you in a second about recovery tactics and how you do it, but he's going very well in the centre there for University of Edinburgh. Archie Goodburn looks like he's going to get it. Is he going to go at 27? 27.75. That's quick. So it looks like a 28 has got a cracking chance of making the B final. There's still another big heat to go. So a 28 points low, and I think you may well end up in the A final, but 28 mid maybe to make the Bs. Here we go, confirmation of the result then. 27.75 is fast. Goodburn wins it from Novaki second. Dominic Poling third and Hallett fourth. But look at the times, 50, 28.57, 69, 7.0, 7.9. So close.
This has been some fast swimming this morning, Andy.
Really has. And Max Morgan last night just missed his finish on the 100, ended up coming second, equaled his lifetime best. He's the fastest seed in lane number 4 with Rowan Smith next to him in 5. So what will he have done from last night to get ready for this?
Probably had a good stretch, a good swim down. That's the most important thing. A good meal.
Final heat, 50 breaststroke. Morgan in 4, Smith in 5. Archie Goodburn currently the top seed. I think that was, what, 27.75, something like that. So it'll be interesting to see how these guys can go.
Yeah, great start there from lane number 5, Rowan Smith. Looking really strong in the first 25. And pulling up next to him now is Max Morgan.
Well, Max now getting into his stroke, and a lovely flowing stroke. He didn't quite make the qualifying time in the 100. There is no qualifying time in the 50 of the Worlds. Again, speeding up into that stroke. 27.75 was the fastest. Max Morgan just gone 27.64. So he goes into the final, the big final, as fastest seed this evening. Well, I think if he does a really good swim in the 50 this evening in the final and wins it, there is no qualification time, but there's a big discretionary ability for the selectors here. I wouldn't be surprised if if he does a good one on the 50, no pressure, but if he does a good one on that 50 tonight, second on the 100, bit of backup for that relay, youngster coming up to this Olympic cycle and making sure everybody's ready for LA. I wonder if they'll strongly consider Max Morgan if he goes well tonight. So it was 28.2 was 8th before that heat. So here we go, 28.19 gets in. Wow, 4/100ths just misses out, but Morgan in fastest from Goodburn, from Fraser, from Dixon, from Novacki. God, they're all in there, aren't they? 27.6 to 28.1. Half a second splits the entire field. And there's page 2, the Oscar Bilbao in there. And so that lot will be making up the junior final and the B finals this evening. There's page 3. And again, these guys, well, if you can make it through to the final in the evening, get a chance to come back and swim in that rarefied atmosphere of the big finals at the British Championships, experience what it feels like. It's just a totally different thing from the heats, isn't it?
It's completely different. I used to feel like a different swimmer in the evenings. The atmosphere really takes you through the race sometimes.
Well, it's always a very, very exciting thing, certainly if you're one of the youngsters, to make it through and swim against the big boys. I used to love just being in the warm-up, and you'd see if you can spot one of your heroes and then get in the same lane as one of your heroes. So exciting. So here's the 200 fly. This is heat 1 of 8 heats of the 200 fly. We've got some brilliant swimmers coming up in this event, including, well, multiple Olympic gold medalists. Duncan Scott's in one of the later heats. Jimmy Guy's back in again after that 400 free last night. This is heat 1, just 3 swimmers. Achilles Bello Omeno of Guildford in 3, and 4 Simpson in 5 is Banks of Bromley. Well, I was talking to you before about the qualifiers, and only 2 per nation allowed to swim in the World Championships, and I thought it was 2 per nation for the juniors. I've just had it confirmed by John Bailey, our Lord and Master and Director, Super Chap. It's actually 2 per nation for the juniors as well. I think it's his mum's birthday today. Happy birthday, Mummy Bailey. It's here we go. It's tough event 200 fly. And next to me, talking about tough events, 1500 metres freestyler extraordinaire, double Olympian in that 1500 freestyle, Olympic finalist, Commonwealth medalist, Dan Jervis. What an honour, sitting next to Dan Jervis. Which is the harder event, 200 fly, 1500 freestyle? Go.
I'm biased, I have to say 1500 freestyle, but I'm not taking anything away from the 200 fly. That is definitely up there for one of the hardest events.
Come on, justify.
I just feel like if you look at a swimmer when they come out of a 200 fly, they're really pumped up. They look as if they've just swum a race. When I used to get out of 1500, all the blood had drained from my body. I was white as a sheet, and I just looked exhausted.
Like a boneless chicken.
Exactly.
You've obviously never swum a proper 200 fly then, because you feel like 2 boneless chickens when you complete a 200 fly.
I feel sorry for those shoulders after a 200 fly, because that, I think, is the hardest bit of it.
Well, that's it. I mean, swimming is all about shoulders, and it's much harder on your shoulders 200 fly as 1500 freestyle.
Yeah, but in a 200 fly, you have to, even if you're trying to go easy, you still have to get your body out of the water.
Exactly. So hanging in very well here is Dominic Simpson of Nuneaton and Bedworth Swimming Club. Really going well. The 2 juniors either side of him. Having a good go is Achilles Bello Omeno of Guildford. Very good. Can they go close to... Well, what a time. What a time. All 3 lifetime bests, and that's a brilliant swim. Entry time 2:11.0. Performance time 2:05.4. I shouldn't be surprised after yesterday's heats, but that's a 6-second improvement. 5.5 seconds. That's extraordinary. Well done, Dominic. All 3 of them new lifetime best. Great swimming. If you know any of those guys, text them, say well done. Well done. The bloke on the TV said that was fantastic, and it actually really was excellent. What a first heat. Now, if you're in one of the next heats, you're a little bit worried they get the old nerves going now? So fast in the first heat?
I tried not to look at the heats before me to see how they'd done, because that would impact how I swam. But some people benefit off that. Some people use that and say, right, I know what I've got to do. I tried to stay away from it.
Well, this is heat 2. I'll come back to that in a second. Heat 2. So, Ethan Williams, fastest seed from Newcastle swim team in lane 4. Nikolai Sisnet, Glasgow in 5 and 6 at Sinnott. Excellent start in lane number 5 from Nikolai Sisnet of City of Glasgow. Look how far ahead he is on that start. I mean, that's extraordinary. That's the biggest lead I think we've seen so far for start.
Yeah, Nikolai won the summer age group championships last year. He was 13 to 14 year age group. As a junior this year, he's 15 in this meet, so it'll be interesting, Andy, to see how he responds racing amongst the big names. But he's very, very good talent.
Well, he's also just gone 14 metres underwater, which is tough on a 200 fly. 0.7 of a second ahead. And we were talking about not watching the earlier heats. So, well, again, this is a very fast start. And if anyone is watching in the ready room, the cool room, waiting to come in, I can't believe they're not going to be a little bit nervous about that. And I do know, Dan, that there's TVs in the cool room. There's TVs there so the swimmers can purposefully watch if they'd like to. So did you just not watch them?
Yeah, I was just about to say that, Andy. There are TVs, so they can see, even in the call room, exactly what is happening on poolside. Now, it's hard not to see it, so sometimes you just have to put your earphones in and just look down. That's what I used to do, because I just didn't like to see what was happening. Because as I said just now, it would influence my race and absolutely influence my nerves.
Wow, that's fascinating. That really is fascinating. I used probably a bit too nosy, but I just wanted to know what's going on. We had a mantra which was relaxed and aware, so we had to be relaxed but also aware of what was going on around us. I had a cheeky little strategy as well. Stick your headphones in, but don't turn anything on, so people think you're listening to music, so nobody talks to you. But actually, you know what, everything's going on around you, can listen. But anyway, look at this. It's still going really well in lane number 5 is Nikolai Sisnet of City of Glasgow. And right at the top there, Joseph Pickering, the 18-year-old, going really well. In fact, I think he's only 17 from Kingston upon Hull. Outstanding second half. Well done, sir. What was a hard one. 2:07.5. 2:11 was his lifetime best. Oh, my word. 3.5 second lifetime best. That is outstanding. You better believe it. He's just soaked the timekeeper, but... Well done. What a great reaction as well. Well, dry cleaning bill for the timekeeper. That was a great swim from Joseph.
That was such a good swim from Joseph. And, you know, it was a good swim from all these boys. I think Nikolai maybe paced that a bit wrong. He can, you know, he can take stuff from that. He can maybe pace out a little bit better the first half, so he will have more energy the second half. I think he struggled a lot on that last length, but still an outstanding swim.
Looking forward to his 100, Nikolai, because the way he swam that first 75 was outstanding.
Yeah, I think he can take a lot of good stuff, a lot of positive stuff from that swim into the 100.
It was reminiscent a little bit of Jimmy Guy's 400 freestyle like that last night. Went off like an absolute shot. Paid for it in the second half a little bit, but 100 points for guts. It really was. So heat 3 of 8 of the men's 200 fly. Fastest seed is Ralph Serecki of Mount Kelly, and 4 and 5 is Ryan Hardy, his teammate. Heat 3. The third heat of 8 of men's 200 fly, and 2 Mount Kelly swimmers in 4 and 5. Ralph Serecki in 4, and in 5 it's Ryan Hardy. Teammates, same year born, 2008, so both eligible to swim European Junior Championships later this summer. And the qualification standards very tough indeed to make that to European Juniors. For the men on this 200 fly, it's well, for the World Championships, it's 1:54.9, and for the juniors here, it's 2 minutes, 0.4. Gracious me. Come all the way to the National Championships, Dan, and you get in the very next lane to your teammate that you train against every single day of the year. Is that something you prefer, to be next to your teammate, or just have him in a different heat?
I think I said this yesterday, it didn't really matter to me. You know, when you're in training, it's great to have friends, and, you know, friends definitely get you through the hard days, but when you're in when it's race day, you're not friends anymore. As soon as you get in that water, the competitors, you forget about the friendship. But as we just saw, especially the first 50, and coming to the end of that first 100, Alex Bacon has the best first 100 there. He looked so strong. As long as he keeps this third 50, which I'd say is the most important 50 in a 200 fly, up, he's on for a good one here.
Well, you've got to get through this 50, you get to the 100, and then start trying to improve the pace if you can. Just increase the pace on this third 50, but you've got to leave something for the last 50. And on 200 fly, it's brutal. If you get it wrong, it's absolutely brutal.
Yeah, and especially in a 200 fly, because as we just said, you are trying to lift your body out of the water every single stroke. So on the last 50, if you haven't got enough energy, it genuinely feels like gravity has been made stronger.
Well, I've got to say, this is a really impressive swim from Ryan Hardy. He's breathing every stroke. That's fine, because his chin's nice and flat on the water. When he gets a little bit bigger and stronger, probably go to the twos, breathing every twos. But this is really good. Entry time of 2:09.4, 2:05.0. 2:05.0 off a 2:09.4. Well done. Yes, well done. Look at that smile. Ryan Hardy knocked it out the park. That was a brilliant swim. It really was. Well, they'll be dancing in the streets of Tavistock on the back of that one. Excellent swim from Ryan Hardy, winning heat 3 of the men's 200 fly, 2:05.0. Marshall second, great from him as well. Huge lifetime best for him, as it was Alex Bacon. I think as it was Bellinger as well. Really good swimming. In fact, the fastest seed was 2:09.3. So top 5 going under that. Here's heat 4. Mahmood, fastest seed from Romford. Thorne in 3. Sutcliffe in 2. James Ross, City of Sheffield, going in 5. Great to see so many entries at these championships, up 15% with exactly the same qualification standard it was for the Olympic trials. Unusual, that, I think. James Ross in the red hat of City of Sheffield, a couple of big breaths just before he dived in. Up very quick to the surface as well was Ross. Probably the best start coming in the lane 6 and swimming right next to him, Charlie Toms. We're talking about the entry stand. 15% up with exactly the same qualification times, pretty much as last year for the Olympic trials. Normally, loads of people go to the Olympic trials if they can, focus on that, and then the year after is a little bit of a lull before it comes back again. But 15% up, very exciting for British swimming.
Yeah, at the end of an Olympic cycle, most people do take an extended break, which can have a bit of an impact on the following year. But also, if you think a bit, you've got fresh ideas, you've got a fresh face for the next Olympic cycle. So people coming into this new Olympic cycle into LA with fresh ideas and with feeling really energized towards it.
How long did you take off when you finished in Tokyo? I mean, there was only a 3-year gap, I guess, between that and Paris. But did you take an extended break?
I took an extended break every year, if I'm honest. I did. I just needed, physically I needed to heal, but for me it was more mental. I just needed to forget about swimming for a good month or 2.
And what did you do for a month? A month, is that it?
Well, I'd probably take about 8 weeks, so it'd be about 2 months. Yeah, 2 months, sorry. So what did I do? Do you know, I'd done the most boring things. I'd go to the beach in Swansea, because that's where I live, but I just live a normal life as well.
It's funny, isn't it? A normal life it just looks so lovely when you're doing training morning 2 hours and evening 2 hours, racing around the world. Until we're racing around the world, this is a cracking swimmer, lane 6 from Charlie Toms. Well, his entry time's 2:08.7. He's holding on well here. He's gone out really quickly. He's shortening his stroke up a little bit, but still very effective. And his lifetime best is 2:08.76. 2:08.76. Well, that's ridiculous. 2:04.8. Charlie Toms, you superstar. I can't believe the chunks. It's not shaving time off your best time here. It's taking a chainsaw to lifetime best this morning.
Yeah, they are, and it's so great to see these winners and the big PBs that we're having, because you can see on their faces they're happy and they feel like, yeah, I deserve that PB.
Well, he's certainly doing a reward for 200 fly to go and do what, 4.5 second lifetime best. That's really quite brilliant. Well done, Charlie Toms. Charlie Round second. Third was Aidan Rowe. Samuel Sutcliffe fourth. 4 swimmers under 2:10. Super swim there from Charlie Toms, though. Got out there and just kept on going. I should have asked you, Dan. I know you've taken quite a break this time. Is there a comeback even considered on the cards?
No.
Come on.
We'll talk about that later on. But no.
You know it makes sense.
It really doesn't in my brain.
I'd love to weasel it out of you. Fifth heat of 8, men's 200 freestyle, 200 fly, excuse me. Fraser Tetlow of University of Aberdeen Performance in lane 4, the fastest seed. So heat 5 of 8. The last 3 heats cycle seeded, so they split up the fastest swimmers equally among those final 3 heats. That's a really good first 30 metres or so in lane number 6 here. Kieran Lennox of University of Aberdeen Performance. And he was 8th in the junior final at the Olympic trials last year. And good first 50. Not sure he's turned first. In fact, it looks like Pallant in lane 9 has turned first, right closest to us.
Yeah, very good start from him. And if you're back home watching TV now, if you watch off the dive, all the swimmers try not to breathe off the first stroke. Now, I was speaking to Swansea University head coach Hayley Baker earlier on talking about the importance of not breathing the first stroke. And not breathing keeps the hips down, creating less drag, which sets you up on the first stroke, sets you up for the first 50.
Indeed it does. Very important to do that. And also, this sounds really ridiculous, but I'm going to say it anyway. You have to think about going forward on every stroke rather than going up to get your breath. Really think about the movement forward when you're doing your pull. It makes a massive difference. I know it sounds a bit ridiculous. Of course you're swimming forward. But really think about maximising the distance you can go forwards rather than going up to get your breath. When you're hurting for breath, it feels like you've got to get up there to get some oxygen, but really think about that forward motion every time. It really helps. You're a fly swimmer at all? Ever do the 200 fly? You were a medley swimmer to start with, weren't you?
Yeah, I was a medley swimmer. So I moved to Swansea in 2012 and I done 400 medley. My first ever national medal in 2014 was in the 400 medley.
There you go. There you go. Well, bizarrely, my first ever international as a junior was 400 medley as well. Quickly wised up. Far too hard. 100 fly. That's the way forward. 200 fly here. Maxwell Adams of Wickham and District. I was talking to their coach last night, really happy with how his swimmers are going. And is he going to hit the finish on a full stroke? Not bad at all. In fact, I think he just got touched out. In fact, no, he didn't. He won it. Well done. Maxwell Adams of Wickham and District, 2:04.41 off a 2:06.8. So Wickham on fire at this meet. Another 2.2 second lifetime best. Make it 2.4. Second was Roman Parham from City of Brighton and Hove, right at the top there in lane 0. Also a 2:04. He went 2:04.66. Fantastic. I mean, that's a massive lifetime best. His entry was 2:08.3. Went 2:04.6. Wow. Well, I know you don't look around and look to see what other swimmers are doing, but if your teammate has just gone a massive lifetime best, that used to get me going, I have to say, because it's quite personal when your teammate does it in the heat before, and then you suddenly go, oh my, just gone faster than my lifetime best.
Yeah, because then you're thinking, well, I've done the same work as them, so am I going to produce the same thing?
Yeah, and if I don't, he's now officially faster because he's just gone faster than my lifetime best. That I used to love that. Chap Neil Cochrane used to swim against. He was a monkey for doing that. I'm going to tell you, he was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Fantastic medley swimmer, Olympic medalist, 200 medley. Here we go. Heat 6, Jimmy Guy right in the centre. This is going to be fun. Next to Charles Simpson, there is Guy. And, well, he was ready to go. They're just asking him to step back a second. I think there's a hat in the water. They're just up the other end of the pool. They're just having a swimmer go in and fish it out. Went to the Commonwealth Games in Delhi in 2010, and 2 beetles fell off the roof, rhinoceros beetles, and they were paddling around having a fight in the pool, and they had to hold the meat up while they fished them out.
I thought you were going to say while they were finishing the fight.
No.
I was like, rhinoceros beetles, they don't sound so... You don't get them in Wales.
Hey, you might do.
You might do.
You've got to look carefully. Here we go, Jimmy Guy. Awesome 400 metres freestyle last night. Fascinated to see how he's going to attack this race.
Yeah, I wonder how he prepared for today as well after last night's race.
Well, it'll be fascinating to hear. What sort of stuff do you do after a 400 freestyle to get ready for a 200 fly? What a double that is. Loved the way he attacked it last night. Went out like a shot on the 400. Paid for that early pace a little bit. Funny, still learning how to do 400 freestyle. He's a superstar. I was saying still learning how to do it. He was a World Championship finalist in the 400 freestyle, but I think that was like 9 years ago or so. Hasn't swum it since then, so you have to relearn. But the white hat right in the centre is James Guy, and he started well. Charles Simpson of Repton, one lane closer to us from that white hat in the centre, also started well, as has Charlie Broom of Leeds. But there is Guy right in the centre, now starting to come through. What will he have done since last night's final of the 400 freestyle, which hurt him so much, to come and get ready for a 200 fly?
I think after last night's 400 free, which was excellent to watch, I think his main priority was to have a good swim down, to flush out the lactic acid. So to do that, you kind of have to do a bit more fast work to flush it out, go back, have a good meal, and then have a good sleep.
When you say fast work, that's in the swim down. You don't go super slow as soon as you get in the swim down pool. Start a little bit faster than you might want to.
Yeah, I used to do a few hundreds. Maybe, don't get me wrong, I'm not talking about max and race pace, but I feel like if you sprint a little bit, you're using those muscles again. You're flushing out the lactic acid, which builds so much during these distance events, and even the 200s.
Well, he's gone out well. 55.88 on the first 100. Still looks pretty good here, James Guy. Not sure this is his favourite event in terms of wanting to do it out in Singapore at the World Championships later this summer. Pre-selected for that men's 4x2 free relay. The pre-selection, of course, for medalists from the Olympic Games. But he's going well. What's that, about 10, 11 metres underwater off that turn?
Yeah, that was an excellent turn from Jimmy. But also, I just have to mention Antonio Rodriguez from Swansea University. That was an excellent turn from him. He was great underwater. Probably came up furthest of anyone in this race. You did have a little bit of a glide into that third 50, though, that turn.
So here we go, Jimmy Guy. How close to sub 2 minutes is he going to go? He's going to go well. What's this going to be? 1:59, maybe just under 2. It's going to be tight. Oh, 2 minutes, 0.11. Well, that'll certainly be good enough to make it through to the finals. But well, his lifetime best is 1:54.9. That was a while ago. But off the back of that brilliant gold medal in the 400 metres freestyle, where he was well under his British record pace for quite a long time, paid for the early pace in the second half, but swam really well. And Jimmy Guy, he's done what he needs to do this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. He will be back tonight, and he'll be flying again tonight. But we were talking about the 400 free yesterday. I think it probably was intentional that he done that yesterday, go out that quick. He probably was just trying to see where I am at the moment in the season, you know. Is he fully tapered for this meet, you know? Is he on the team already for Singapore this year? So maybe he's not prioritising this meet. He just wants to see where he is, how fit he is at the moment.
Absolutely right, and he is on the team. That pre-selection, there's James Guy's 2 minutes, 0.11, confirmed as the result. Now, heat 7 of 8. Duncan Scott, another superstar, another multiple Olympic medalist. In fact, I think he's equal second on the all-time British Olympic medal table. with 8 Olympic medals. In fact, I'm going to ask you a quiz question in a second. Which British Olympian has the most Olympic medals in history? Duncan Scott tied on 8. Who's got the most and how many is it? I'll be asking down that question in a second. So this is the second last heat of the men's 200 metres butterfly. Duncan Scott goes in lane 4. Archie Minto in 3. In 5 it's Ruben Roboth and Keating of Loughborough University. In 6 it's Rhys Edwards of Swansea. But Duncan Scott, well, absolute master. Brilliant medley swimmer. Silver medalist at the Olympic Games in the 200 medley twice. And 8 Olympic medals. So, Dan Jervis, who's got the most Olympic medals in British Olympic history, and how many do they have?
Well, I can say tie-in with Duncan is Bradley Wiggins at 8 Olympic medals.
Good
but
knowledge.
Jason Kenny
knowledge.
Currently holds the most Olympic medals, 9.
Good
Not
knowledge.
too bad.
Well done. Well done. But Duncan Scott, he quietly gone about his business in just brutal fashion, keeping on, sticking a couple of Olympic medals every single Olympic Games. Great turn as well. That was a super swim. Absolutely brilliant. James Guy walking past, big smile on his face. Looks pretty fresh-faced. Just give us a high five. Wow. Look at the size of his shoulders. Anyway, Duncan Scott right in the centre. And he's looking pretty good with about 55 metres to go here. This is a tough event. It really is. But let's see how he gets around this wall on 50 to go.
Yeah, Duncan's looked really good for the first 150. And the boys are definitely... Boys have a good person to look up to in this event. You know, I'm talking about Rhys Edwards. I'm a close friend of Rhys. I was speaking to him last week about this event, and he's feeling really ready. So I'm glad to see him and the rest of the boys in the same heat as Duncan here.
Well, pre-selected for the World Championships, Duncan Scott, from that 200 medley as well as the 4x2 free relay. And, oh, there we go, well under 2 minutes, 1:58.85, Duncan Scott. So far the fastest, with second at the moment it is Jimmy Guy, and those two at the moment with 1 heat to go, first and second. Not sure it'll stay like that with some big swimmers in the next heat. Josh Gammon, Thomas Bealey, Ed Mildred. But a very good heat swim, done his job. Didn't have to get too excitable in the heats here. 1:58.8, very comfortable. 1:56.6 is his lifetime best. So I'd say a comfortable, solid swim. Heat 7 of 8 there for Duncan Scott in the morning of a 200 fly.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm really looking forward to that final tonight. I mean, we're about to see the final heat now to see who's going to qualify for that final. But Duncan and Jimmy are already going to have a good fight out.
I love watching these big guys as well. The professionalism, they just do the basics really well. 10 metres off that last wall underwater. Everything he does, he just does it well.
Yeah, it's like textbook. It's textbook how they swim it. They swim it perfectly. Good influences on the youngsters.
Indeed. It's fantastic to talk about as well. Love it. Josh Gammon, fastest seed coming into this 2025 Aquatics GB Championships in the men's 200 fly. He's in lane 4. There he is. Left foot up, then right foot up, just stretching his back a little bit, getting up on the blocks on that whistle. Huge shoulders, these guys. 200 fly, final heat. Yeah, come on. So 2:03.0 is the top 8 at the moment, with this final heat still to come. So certainly that is the target. I would imagine 2:01, maybe 2 minutes if they can, will guarantee them a slot in the final. But going out very quickly here in lane 6, that's Ed Mildred of Manchester Performance Centre. They've got quite a good squad now. They've in fact a very, very good squad there, with Matt Richards, with Jimmy Guy, with Emily Richards as well. They've got some super swimmers there. First 100, so important to get some relatively easy speed, but it's not easy to do on fly. Lift your whole upper body out of the water, make sure that you get a good breath. Breathing every 2 strokes. Some swimmers like the 1 stroke, every 2 strokes. Sorry, he's breathing every 1 stroke, every stroke. And some swimmers prefer to stick their head down for 1 and then breathe for the next one.
Yeah, I mean, when you breathe in, you know, obviously you're giving your body more oxygen, you're giving your body more energy, but the downside of that, the more you breathe, the more you have to lift your head up, your hips go down, or your hips come up as well, sorry, and you're creating more drag in the water. So effectively, the more you breathe, kind of slower you go.
Well, he's some swimmers actually like doing it, some prefer it. On 100, you probably won't do that, but I used to have a pattern of 3-2, 3-2, and then go twos, and then I used to go ones. I needed as much air as I could get.
Oh yeah, whenever I used to do a 200 fly, I used to finish the last length looking like a seahorse going down the pool. So, and that is not how you want to finish a 200 fly. Trust me.
So 5 meters to go in this final heat of the men's 200 fly, and it is Ed Mildred. He swam really well here. How close to 2 minutes? 1:57. Wow. Well, very quietly put in a massive swim, fastest seed in, and that's a really quick final heat. Look at that. Well done. Well done. Look at that. Well, he's moved to the Manchester Performance Team. Huge smile on his face. God, he's in great shape as well. Look at that.
Really great shape. Manchester are swimming excellent. They've got Emily Richards, Matt Richards, Jimmy Guy. And yeah, he's got a great team to swim with. And they're all swimming well this week, and it's only day 2.
It's great, isn't it? Look at that, he's still smiling. He can't believe it. That's a fabulous swim. His lifetime best was 1:58.0, and he's just gone 1:57.2. Wow. Lifetime best by a second to go into the final, fastest at the World Championship trials, ahead of James Guy and ahead of Duncan Scott. No pressure there, eh?
No pressure. I cannot wait for tonight's final, Andy. James Guy, Duncan Scott, and now Ed Mildred. Like, it's going to be so close. It's going to be a proper fight, especially at that last 50. It's going to be epic.
Well, two of the last guys on that last heat. First and third into the final. Mildred fastest, Duncan Scott second, Gammon third, James Guy fourth. So it's going to be Duncan Scott in 5 and James Guy in 6. Next lanes to each other. Oh, can't wait for that. That's going to be a cracker. 2:02 made it through into the final. And now junior finals and B finalists coming through now. So important to try and get in one of those evening finals. I know we've said it, but just the experience of swimming in front of such a massive crowd at this iconic venue, it's a great opportunity to really perform on the highest level.
Yeah, definitely. And I think I said yesterday, London Olympic Pool, for me, is probably the most iconic venue in the world. It's so many amazing things. Phelps swam here. There were world records broke here. Ledecky had a breakthrough swim in this pool. And for these youngsters to be swimming in this pool, it's a great experience. And to swim in the finals in the night, I mean, that enhances the experience altogether as well.
Well, I think we've got a fairly exciting thing just about to happen. I'm not quite sure if he's going to do it or not. Well, I'll tell you in a second, just in case the answer's no. Women's 400 medley just about to come up. And in that 400 medley, we've got our female world champion, one of 2 female world champions from Great Britain. Freya Colbert in the 400 medley won the World Championships, and on the 4 IM, the 2 fly as well. We won Laura Stevens. So this heat 1 of 8 of the women's 400 medley. Evie Young of Mount Kelly, the fastest seed in lane number 4. But I've got to tell you, I'm delighted to actually have, this is amazing, Josh Gammon. Oh, no, excuse me. Ed, I'm getting well ahead of myself. Ed Mildred, Manchester Performance. He's joined us in the commentary box seconds after finishing that final heat, the 200 fly. That was a fantastic swim, Ed. Well done. What happened there?
Oh, yeah, thank you. Yeah, thanks. Obviously, moved centre, dropped that event for a couple of years, but picked it back up again, and I think, yeah, everything's aligning this week, and it's a good start to the week, so really happy with that.
I was going to say, the smile on your face when you finished, I wasn't quite sure if it was because you'd finished the 200 fly or you were happy with the time.
Well, a bit of both, but I think got a bit of a point to prove, not what I wanted last year, and in fact the past couple of years, but yeah, coming out fighting this year, so yeah, happy to prove a bit of a point there.
What have you done over the last 12 months to be that good? Because that was outstanding.
Yeah.
Was it a 1 second PB?
Yeah, whole second.
Outstanding. So what have you done to do a 1 second PB on a 200 fly?
Well, switched my training up a bit.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
I just completely changed it to a different type of training. A lot more easier swimming, a lot more race pace, fast work. But yeah, seems to be working, so I'll take it.
Well done. Well, you're still puffing.
Yeah, I
still
am.
puffing from that one this morning. You should go and swim down if you can.
Don't you worry.
But well done, and good luck for the final this evening.
Thank you. Cheers.
Well done. How exciting to talk to Ed Mildred. Still smiling after that 200 fly. He does outstanding stuff. Really great to watch. And well, Dan, it's quite a privilege to have somebody come in and talk about it so quickly after swimming. I know he's going to go straight down now and get in that swim down pool, but the smile on his face spoke volumes, didn't it?
Yeah, he looked really happy, and it's so nice to see. You know, I should have asked him, Andy, what did he think was the hardest event, 200 fly or 50 under 3? I think I would have been happy to disagree with him, Matt.
Yeah, well, that means you know what the answer would have been. Because it's true. Let's just get back to this race here. And it's going very well. He's one of 8 of the women's 400 medley. And up there in lane number 3, it's Ivy Haggerty of Thanet Swimming Club. Going very well indeed. This is the halfway turn, the fly in the back done. And 2:26, good first half. Their entry time is 5:10. Now the breaststroke's such a tough part of this 400 medley. And, well, for me, British record holder fly back and free, my breaststroke was so bad, I had to give it up. What a shame that was. But it makes such a massive difference if you're a good breaststroke. You can't do a great 400 medley if you're not a good breaststroke swimmer. And you started as a 400 medley swimmer, Dan. That's interesting.
I did, but Andy, I had the same issue as you. My fly and back and freestyle was all right. My freestyle was great, but my breaststroke just let me down. And, you know, after the backstroke, I was always level with the boys, and then during the breaststroke, I just used to watch them pass me. And I just have so much work to do on the last 100. Fortunately, I'm a distance swimmer, so I had the stamina to pick it back up. But as we can see, Ivy Haggerty does not have the same problem as we did. She is looking great in this breaststroke, and she's just pulling away from the field. She's having a great swim.
And for someone like this, for someone like Ivy, who's born in 2008, so she's only, 16 years of age, born in May, end of May. So 16 years of age, she comes to the championship like this, and she's going to be warming up in the same lane, possibly, as the world 400 metres individual medley champion, Freya Colbert. How exciting is that?
Very exciting. You know, when I was in these big competitions as well, I used to try and talk to them. So I've tried to have conversations before with Ledecky. You don't normally get a good response. You get one-word responses. But, you know, just to say hello and just to say, you know, you're someone I've looked up to, you know, maybe that make them feel better. Maybe they won't remember, but it would make me feel better.
Well, some people react wonderfully well to it. Some slightly less so is probably the polite way of putting it. But I know Freya Colbert is such a lovely lady. She'd be wonderful. This is a great swim from Haggerty. So Haggerty leading in lane 3 from Evie Cutler of Wigan Best in lane number 2. Also going well here in lane 7 is Emily Spicer of Bristol. That's really good first 350. 50 metres to go. What's she going to be thinking now trying to get home?
She's probably just thinking, you know, I got 40 metres left this race. Just pump it out, just make sure I smash, I really attack this last 50, this last 25 in fact, and she's probably realising now she's far ahead of the field, so she's on for a good time.
Well, she is going to go well inside her lifetime best, I'm sure of that. Lifetime best is 5:10.29, and she's only got 5 metres to go, so this is going to be, what, a 5:05, 5:06, something like that. Very good swim, 5:05.43. Excellent swim from Ivy Haggerty, the Thanet Swim Club representative. It's a great swim. That's a hard race. You've got to stick this in the mix with the 2 fly and the 1500 freestyle as one of the hardest events, I've got to say. Very good from Ivy to win it. Evie in lane 2, Evie Cutter second. Third was Emily Spicer of Bristol. And fourth, Evie Young of Mount Kelly. But still a big smile on her face, and there's been some super swimming this morning.
Super swimming, and yeah, I'm not surprised there's a big smile on Ivy's face. She's nearly just had a 5-second personal best.
She won the race by about 3.4 seconds there. Ivy Haggerty over Evie Cutter second. Third was Emily Spicer. Fourth, Evie Young, a Mount Kelly swimmer. Ledhill, Handley and McCarty. So that's heat 1 of 8. A lot of entries in this women's 400 medley, I have to say. Here's heat 2. Olivia Robbins of City of Birmingham, the fastest seed in the 13-14-year-olds age group in the Summer Championships last year. Won the 200 breaststroke in the final, the 2 medley, the 4 medley as well. 15 years of age. Olivia Robbins, fastest seed in 4. There's actually a 14-year-old in lane 2. Amelia Fenner of Basildon and Phoenix. Now, I wonder if she's daughter of Martin Fenner. Martin Fenner, ex-international, British international. Old roommate of mine at Mount Kelly. Lovely chap. Hard as nails he was. I'm sure he'll send me a text to tell me whether it is or not, but surely it is. I think he was from that part of the world. First 50 here, and she's going out well. In lane number 2 is Amelia Fenner of Basildon. Dad was an excellent backstroke swimmer. And the 14-year-old and the 13-14-year-olds at the Summer Championships last year. Bronze medalist on the 100 fly, gold medalist on the 200 fly, 6 on the 4 IM. Wow, she's a toughie. 2 fly, 4 IM. Going out well, though, down this first 75 metres. The orange hat there, it is Amelia Fenner of Basildon and Phoenix.
Yeah, she's got a great 100 fly on her. I wonder how she's going to transition this into the backstroke now, because the strokes are so different. You know, you might be the best person in the world at 100 fly, but if you're not the best at 100 back, if you're not one of the best at 100 backstroke, then you're going to drop down, at the back of this race. So it is very interesting to see in a 400 IM how the race changes up until the last 5 meters.
Well, good fly, good backstroke for Amelia Fenner. Also going well, 1 lane closer to us from the orange hat up there is Gisela Silano with Guildford City. And up in lane 7, having a good first 150 metres, Francesca Harrison of City of Leicester. Just starting to come into the frame now, but it is still leading at the 150 mark, Amelia Fenner. And we really do have some fabulous juniors coming through. European junior standard on this 400 medley. Well, it's still, it's probably a huge ask for somebody as young as Amelia Fenner, but I'm sure she'll be eyeing it over the next few years. A great meet, that is the European Juniors. It's held every year. Last year, it's in Vilnius, Lithuania. This year, it's in Slovakia. And the orange hat of Amelia Fenner. Well, the qualification standard, very, very quick indeed for the juniors on the 400 medley. I can tell you it is 4:48.8. Well, a couple of years' time, she'll be right on that, I'm sure, if she keeps this going. Excellent. First half, pretty good there. Let's see what her breaststroke is like.
Yeah, very good. You know, we were saying about Amelia, what she swam last year in the GB Summer Champs. 6 in the 400 free, 4th in the 800 free, bronze in the 100 fly, gold 200 fly, 6 400 IM. She doesn't pick easy events, does she? She doesn't give herself an easy time.
No, she really doesn't. Really doesn't. But as a youngster, I think it's a cracking idea to swim lots of different events, lots of different strokes. You never quite know what is your best event, what's your best stroke even. When did you switch from 4 AM to the distance freestyle?
So I moved to Swansea in 2012, and at that time I was a 200 backstroker, I was a 400 medley swimmer, I was a bit of everything. And as you just said, it is good for these youngsters to do a lot of events, because then they can whittle it down to which maybe they enjoy the most or what their coach thinks is the best. Now, when it comes to my 1500, I absolutely did not choose the 1500. It really was the case of the 1500 chose me. My coach thought to himself, Dan's good at the distance, Dan's good at distance training, let's put him in for a 1500. And once I'd done the first one, that was it.
When I think you said you moved in 2012. How old were you then?
I was 16.
Okay, so 16, you changed major focus from 4 AM to 1500 freestyle. And again, talking about these youngsters at 14 and 15 years old, they may not even know what their best event is as a senior.
I absolutely agree with that. I didn't win my first national medal until I was 18 years old. In fact, because I'd never done a 1500 and I didn't know that was my main event, I went on to win a Commonwealth medal before I won a national medal.
Amazing. Properly amazing. That'd be a good pub quiz question as well. Which medal did Dan Jervis win first? Commonwealth medal or a national medal? Well, a really good breaststroke leg there from Gisela Silano of Guildford City, and also come through in lane number 5 is Christina Schultz of Mount Kelly. And between the two of them, Olivia Robbins in lane 4 for Birmingham. And these three going in first. First to turn with 50 to go, Gisela Silano of Guildford. And Gisela being chased by Christina in 5. 3 and 5 at the moment with about 30 metres to go.
Yeah, Gisela, as you can see, is looking over to Christina, and Christina is looking away, so that Christina can't see what Gisela is seeing right now. But we can see Gisela's just edging out a little bit ahead.
She's got a strong freestyle as Silano in 3. So it's Silano in 3 from Schultz in 5 and Harrison in 7. And it is going to be winner of the second heat of the women's 400 metres individual medley, Gisela Silano of Guildford. Christina Schultz, second of Mount Kelly, third Francesca Harrison of City of Leicester. And the time 5:02.33, which is well inside her lifetime best of 5:08. 6-second lifetime best. Wonderful stuff. Schultz very, very good as well. Huge lifetime best from these athletes. There we go, confirmation of the result, then confirmation of PBs all over the show. The E on the right-hand side means it's an international swimmer, so will be excluded from being eligible to go through to the finals this evening. Internationals are invited to the heats. Please come along and have a go. But it's a British final because it's a British trial for the World Championships, European Juniors, European Under-23s, World Juniors. Silano wins it from Schultz second, Harrison third. Heat 3, women's 4 AM, 8 heats in total. Starting to get quick, starting to get towards the 5-minute barrier. And, well, on paper, we should be quite a way still from it. But with a 5:02 already, wouldn't be too surprised if some of these women challenge for that 5-minute barrier. It'd be great to see if they can. Fastest lifetime best in this field is Molly Fisher in lane 4. Her lifetime best is 5:05. Is it asking too much to have somebody go under 5 minutes if your lifetime best is 5:05?
No, absolutely. That's just over a second every 100. These girls can definitely do that. You know, what, a good turn, a good 2 turns, they'll shave half a second off, definitely.
Then you've got 4.5 left.
Yeah, everyone back home, trust me, I'm speaking as if it's easy. It's so much harder said than done. It's easier said than done, sorry.
Hey, well, it's a half a second more than 0. And you're absolutely right in terms of focusing on those turns. I mean, it isn't that difficult to make a massive difference there. I know I do bang on about it sometimes, but it's an area where I have to say Britain has become really good. Watching somebody like Abby Wood in the International Swimming League, she was destroying a lot of the international swimmers. And if you see some of them, like Gretchen Walsh's turns, oh my word, world record holder on the 100 metres butterfly. Gracious me, she's outstanding, every single one. So here we go, lane 8 at the moment. It is. Let me just check here. I don't have a lane 9 at the moment in this on my sheet, so I just need to check my programme. And it's Janie Fisher leading in lane number 8. It is indeed Janie Fisher, the 15-year-old, and she started off very well indeed for the City of Leicester athlete. And she's a good long way away, long way ahead here than this first 130.
Yeah, Janie's looking great. Coming up to the second turn now on the backstroke. I wonder if on the second length of the backstroke, where the boards are to see the place-ins, I wonder if any of them are lifting their heads to see where they are, because in some competitions I used to swim, I know I used to do freestyle, when I'd be to the side, I could sometimes see the scoreboard. That was a big help to me, because then I'd know where I am. I wonder if any of these are doing that.
Well, I have to say, Dan, I'll be a little surprised, partly because it's about 30 metres away, partly because the writing is quite small, and it's also quite a long way back. So in order to see it, you'd have to really lift your head up, which would not be an aquadynamic position. So I'll be slightly surprised if they did, but I'll take your point. It's nice to see. Ooh, turned a little bit away from the wall there. I hope she did touch the wall with her hand, but leading still is Janie Finch of City of Leicester in lane 8. Also going very well up there in lane 0 is Chloe Barnard of Basel and Phoenix, and in 2 is Erin Perman of Exeter City Swimming Club in that bright green hat, chasing Janie Finch. breaststroke the important leg in this 400 AM.
Yeah, and I was just about to say, Chloe and Erin definitely did catch up a little bit on that backstroke, but as we've said a few times now, the breaststroke for me, I find, is the teller of who's going to win the heat and maybe not win the heat, unless they've got a phenomenal freestyle, which, because these are distance events, all these girls are fit enough to have a very good freestyle at the back end of the race.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how Freya Colbert swims hers coming up. World champion in the women's 4 AM. She's in the final heats here. Still going well is Janie Finch. And what's great about these swimmers is they'll be able to go and swim down, but then also be able to come back quickly and watch somebody like Freya Colbert, see how she does it. I used to just love swimming with all the big guns in the warm-ups, and particularly if you make it through the final and you're not expected to, you get in the finals, you go and swim in the warm-up, and there's your big hero. Can you imagine swimming in a warm-up with Adam Peaty? How cool would that be?
Yeah, I know. And, so, you know, growing up in Wales, one of my heroes was Jazz Carlin. And when I was younger, I used to swim in the same lane as Jazz in competitions, as we've been saying. And I was the type of kid, I'd go up to her and ask questions. And Freya, as we've said already, Freya's a lovely person. She's a great athlete, but she is a lovely person. And so these athletes can, if they wanted to, obviously maybe not just before a race, go up to Freya and ask her maybe some advice and stuff on how to swim their races. Because Freya's probably the best person to get that advice from.
Freya's now going to get 100 swimmers lining up saying, Freya?
I know, Freya's definitely going to hit me for saying that. I don't mean going up before a race or anything at the right time, of course.
Just to be clear, that was Dan Jervis's idea. Well, Freya will be in the ready room. This is heat 3 of 8 for the women's 400 AM. So in 5 heats time she'll be swimming, but she'll be in the ready room already. She'll be ready to swim. She'll be watching the television, watching these young swimmers going really well. And saying young swimmers, it's actually a birthday, Janie Finch, on the 9th of April. So what was that, just last week, a couple of days ago. She's just turned 15 and she's leading down this final 50 metres of the heat 3 of the women's 400 AM. Great swim from her. What time is she going to go? 5:06, 5:06.64. Lifetime best was 5:08. So she's just gone a 1.4 second lifetime best. Great swim from Janie Finch of City of Leicester. Second was Erin Perman of Exeter City up there, 5:07. A lifetime best for her as well. And then third was Kayla Wimble of Guildford. All youngsters. 15-year-old won it from a 15-year-old second, 16-year-old third. The future very bright indeed.
Yeah, definitely. I think that just shows how much these swimmers like Freya have an influence on these youngsters.
We've also got some cracking 200 medley swimmers as well from Great Britain on the women's side. Abby Wood, one of those. There's confirmation of the result of heat 3. Finch wins it from Perman second, Wimble third, Barnard fourth. First 4 under 5 minutes 10. So heat 4 of the women's 400 medley. Clementine Lovell of Mount Kelly goes in lane number 4. In fact, she's in lane 5. And lane 4, we've got Halloran Hutchinson. I'm just pausing because I'm missing lane 4 on my sheet. So heat 4 of the women's 400 AM. And right in the centre, probably the best start actually is coming from Clementine Lovell of Mount Kelly, the white hat right in the centre. Also closest to us, very good start from Constance Logan of Crawley. And that black hat right at the bottom of your shot. Very good first 30 metres from Constance, the Crawley swimmer.
Yeah, we just have to talk about Scarlett Davey as well. She's gone out strong in this first 50. Also, yeah, as you just said, Constance Logan. I know it's very different, Andy, because I know you were a 100 fly swimmer, but how far would you go off the walls on underwater work? How many kicks would you do?
Well, you're kind of showing my age up a little bit here, Dan, because in those days, we used to get up the surface as quick as possible, get on with it. No, it's not true. I probably did 4 or 5, but it was just in the era where it was changing to underwater is acknowledged as being faster than swimming on the top. And rather annoyingly, I was a cracking kicker. I was one of the fastest kickers in the world, I felt. Hard to prove, but I just thought anyway, so I'll tell you. But I think it would have been very useful had I realised and known and had everybody done the full 15 underwater, because relatively speaking, I had a cracking underwater. I probably went about 10 metres off the start, and then probably 3 or 4 kicks, something like that. But 53.3 is for 100 fly. It's
not too bad.
It's not too, yeah.
I'd say not too bad.
In a wool suit.
He's an Olympic medalist.
In a wool suit. with a beanie hat.
No, it's fantastic, Andy, honestly.
Biggles goggles.
And we're just seeing Clementine Lovell in lane 5 now, having a great 100 backstroke. She's looking great, and she's having a very good race with lane 4 as well.
That is Evie O'Halloran Hutchinson. I think it's Evie. We have E. I think it's an Evie. If it's not, I apologise. But if it's not, she's got a new nickname. O'Halloran Hutchinson in lane number 4. Clementine Lovell in lane 5 for Mount Kelly. Really lovely backstroke, nice still head, just leaning maybe over to her left-hand side a tiny bit, but this is the halfway turn. Right at the bottom there, still going well, is Constance Logan of Crawley. And it was Lovell from Logan. So Lovell right in the centre in lane number 5, and Logan in lane 9 closest to us now. Who's got the breaststroke here? It looks like lane 4. O'Halloran Hutchinson's got a very good breaststroke, and can Clementine Lovell hold her off in lane 5?
Yeah, something I'm noticing throughout this competition, and especially in this event, the coaches and the teams in Great Britain at the moment really are focusing on the turns. Now, a turn can make or break an event. Now, let's talk about Ben Proud for a second. I know he's a 50 swimmer. He hasn't got a turn. But when you talk about 400 onwards, even 200s, 400 onwards, 8 and 15. If you get something wrong, let's say you add half a second per length, that's 30 lengths. Altogether, that's added 15 seconds onto your personal best. So the longer the distance, you really have to get those turns right, every single one of them.
Yes, I've been a proponent of really good starts and turns for a while. And you're saying Ben Proud, he doesn't have a turn, but I tell you what, he has a start.
Yeah, Ben's start is incredible, probably one of the best in the world. Now, if you compared my dive to Ben's dive, I basically fell in the pool, Andy, when I used to swim. The dive wasn't the most important component in my race, but with Ben, if you watch his dive, and we will see him later on in the week, he enters the water like a needle. There is barely any splash, and he flies through the water.
He really does. He's outstanding. We'll see him towards the end of this meet in the 50 metres freestyle, also in the 50 fly, in which both events he's been world champion, Olympic silver medalist in the 50 freestyle, and of course the 50 fly is now an Olympic event, so I'm sure he'll be focusing on that in LA. And who's not to say we'll see another 2 medals for Great Britain, but 2 medals in 50s. Wouldn't that be great? 50 free and 50 fly. So just less than 50 metres to go now, and well, she's paced it very well, Evie O'Halloran Hutchinson. She's been there or thereabouts the whole race, but her breaststroke outstanding, and freestyle awesome.
Yeah, sure, and I got to just comment on the fact that she didn't breathe off the first stroke in that first 50. That means she has got energy left. So great job, Evie. She's doing a great job.
Well, this is impressive, and a freestyle. She's swimming away from the field at a rapid rate of knots here. Very, very strong, the Northumberland and Durham performance from the 18-year-old. 5:02.15. Very good indeed. New lifetime best for her. And an excellent freestyle leg. I mean, very good on the breaststroke as well, but the freestyle, wow, that was super impressive. O'Halloran Hutchinson wins it from Charlotte Cope in second, and third was Scarlett Davey of Sevenoaks. Confirmation of the results of Heat 4 of 8 heats of the women's 400 medley. O'Halloran Hutchinson wins it from Cope, Davey, Logan and Lovell. And I think that was a 3-second lifetime best for the winner there as well, so really great swimming. Interesting, they cycle seed on the 50s and 100s and 200s. They cycle seed the last 3 heats. but on the 4s and the 15s and the 8s, they only do the last 2 heats of cycle. So they never quite worked that out. Those Giles fastest seed on this heat 5 of 8 of the women's 400 medley. Do you know why they do that, Dan? I'll get Dan's view in a second. This is heat 5, women's 4 AM. Lowest child fastest seed in 4. So child in 4, Lily Jackson Oates of Nova Centurion in 3, Darcy Crossley of Leeds in 2. So it's Crossley in 2, Jackson Oates in 3, child in 4, Lacey Roberts in 5 from Plymouth, Amy Aitken of University of Aberdeen Performance in 6, and 7 it's Krivecki of Lothian. Why do they do you know, is there a technical reason why they cycle seed only the last 2 heats in the 15s, the 8s and the 4s, but in the last 3 heats in the 1s and 2s?
Do you know, Andy, I'm not 100% sure, but what I do know is the 8 and the 15 is always swam as the fastest heat in the night. And I'm going to say this as a swimmer's point of view. I hated it being called the fastest heat. Because I was like, it's the final. It's the final. I'm like, the word final, something comes with that. And I thought, fastest heat, it just doesn't sound as impactful. Does that make sense?
It does. I actually agree with you. The final heat.
Yeah, I think to myself, if you're swimming in the finals, it's a final.
Yeah, but it is the final heat, isn't it? I take your point, but you're wrong.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I'll take that.
It's a bit strong, isn't it? No, I take your point, but it actually, technically, it is the final heat. They could call it the final and then put heat and small.
Yeah,
I don't know.
No, it does make sense, but I think from an athlete's point of view, you're like, oh, I just want it to be called that.
Yeah. No, I get it. It's fair enough. It's discrimination. Sue them. No, don't do that. So, heat 5 of 8 of the women's 400 medley. And lowest child of Harrogate, fastest seed in lane 4. And, well, started off, I think, just about the best in 5. Also going well in 0 and 1. In 5, it's Lacey Roberts. In 1 and 2, it's Evie Mackey of Lanark and Gracie Owen of Torvine Dolphins. And right at the top, they're going really well. I don't know what it is about lane 0 this morning, but on the 50 breaststrokes for men, they were winning the heats quite consistently from out there in lane 0. And again, we got another swimmer vying for the lead coming into the halfway mark of heat 5, the women's 400 medley. That's Evie Mackey having a go at lane 5, Lacey Roberts of Plymouth. So Roberts of Plymouth, I think, will turn first at the halfway mark. It's going to be very close. Who gets it? It's actually Mackey in 0 from Roberts in 5, and the gap between the two, 6/100ths of a second. Who's got the best breaststroke? It's often the swimmers in the centre. Oh, she's a good breaststroker, though, Evie Mackey at the top. Lacey Roberts looks like she's got more of a 200 breaststroke stroke in lane number 5. That lovely glide, the dive into the stroke, trying to get the maximum distance per stroke on every single stroke on this breaststroke in lane 5.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really nice wash. Very, as I've said many times, very textbook stroke. Now, looking at Lacey Roberts, she's done this event a few times. She came last year in the British Summer Champs. She came 6th in the 400 IM, and she came second in the GB 2024 400 IM Junior Final.
She's got some decent experience she has in lane number 5 here, 18-year-old. And still leading, but going very well. Well, I'm not sure she is leading anymore. Right at the top there, it's very close indeed. Lane 0, Evie Mackey. She's having a crack at this. She really is. Mackey from Lanark. What is she? Still only 15 years of age at the top there. So Mackey leading. Very good second 50 of this breaststroke leg, and she's opened up a full body length lead, a body length and a half, maybe even 2, 5-meter lead. That's very good indeed from Mackey.
Yeah, she really attacked that turn then, and look at her in this first 15 of the freestyle. She looks as if she's just got in for a 100 freestyle sprint. That is exactly what you want to look like at the end of a 400. I think that just shows she has so much energy left.
Well, it's really impressive. And her entry time 5:05. I wouldn't be too surprised if she goes under 5 minutes here. And from lane 0, that's pretty special. Let's have a look. She's, well, she can do. Let's see what she's going to split here. 23. Oh, she's certainly going to go under 5 minutes with that. She's got to come back in, what, a 36? and she can still do it. 36.0. She is getting tired, but this is a great swim. Surely she can come back in 36.
Yeah, again, she just looks as if she's doing 100 freestyle sprint. She's looking great. Loads of energy. What a swim.
Well, it's going to be close to the 5-minute barrier. I think she can do it. That'd be wonderful to see. Come on. Come on, Evie. Let's see, 55, 56, 57. She's done it comfortably. Well done. Evie Mackey of Lanark. Goodness me, 4:57.9. Great ovation from the crowd here as well. 5:03, second place Lacey Roberts. First child third. Well done. 15-year-old. She just about smiled there. There you go. Well done. Good on her.
That's just about a 7-second PB. That's nearly 2 seconds per 100. That was a fantastic swim from Evie.
Wow. Love it. That's excellent. Really excellent. That's fantastic. Well, winner of Heat 5 of the women's 4 IM, Evie Mackey of Lanark from Lacey Roberts. Wonderful swim from Evie Mackey. First time sub 5 minutes, smashed the lifetime best, 4:57.9. She doesn't do 4:58s, doesn't do 4:59s, 4:57. Straight in. Those Charles third. Great stuff, Lily Jackson Oates fourth. Heat 6 of 8, the last of the uncycle seeded heats. Neem Savary of Newcastle, fastest seed in 4, with Sophie Brassington of Swansea in 5. Swansea University Swim Club. Is that the same as Swansea Swim Club? Is it one thing?
No.
No. We'll get the full version in a second. So Heat 6 of 8 heats of the women's 400 medley. Neem Savary right in the centre there from Newcastle swim team. And sitting next to me, the staunch Welshman, very proud Welshman it is, Dan Jervis. Tell me about Swansea University and the Swansea swim team and all that stuff. How does that work in Swansea?
So we train in the national pool in Swansea, so there's...
Who's we? We?
Well...
We? Oh, is that an announcement? The comeback.
I used to swim in the national pool in Swansea. And Swansea's a pretty big team, and there's 3 parts of it. So there's Swansea Aquatics, that's the main Swansea swimming club. And then if you come to Swansea University, you swim for Swansea University. Now there's also the Swim Wales High Performance Centre, and that is what I was in.
And that's the great Hayley Baker's...
So Hayley Baker coached... Rhys Thomas Burgess coached, is now head coach of the Swansea Aquatics. Hayley Baker is head coach of Swansea University. And then there's a few coaches that coach the Swim Wales High Performance Centre. There's Graham Antwistle, there's Stuart McNary, and then there's my coach, Adam Baker.
My coach. You keep dropping those in. That's very exciting. I've got to tell you. I think we might have an announcement to make at some time. He's trying to pretend no, he's giving me the daggers, but... I think you're a comeback for LA. I mean, can you imagine going to the Los Angeles, your third, here we go, your third Olympic Games, Los Angeles, California, nice bright sunshine, get a lovely tan, go and have a training camp down in San Diego.
It does sound amazing, Andy. I mean, you know all about LA Olympics, but I'd be going for the sun. I wouldn't be going for the swim.
You go for worse things. It's a fantastic place, Los Angeles. Lily Freeman of Northampton leading at the moment on this backstroke leg. Really good first 50 of the backstroke. And, well, it's pretty even for the rest of the swimmers. Looks like maybe in lane 6 it's Kate Cotter of Chelmsford City. Also, well, there's a big bunch of them over there on the far side of the pool. The red hat in 3 is Chloe Cook of Sheffield. Darcy Platts in 2 from City of Leicester. 1 is Holly Hopwood of Guildford City. And then right at the top there, Widow Harrison of City of Sheffield. But leading at the halfway mark, coming into this back to breast turn, in lane number 8, it's Lily Freeman of Northampton.
Lily had a very good 100 backstroke there. I'm looking forward to seeing her breaststroke. She's looking very strong. She's coming high out of the water to have maximum propulsion into the next stroke. Looks like Darcy Platts in lane 2 is having a very good breaststroke as well.
Well, of course, lane 0 is at the top, so Darcy in lane 2 is actually the 3rd swimmer in, the black hat there. Also in lane number 1, going very well, is Holly Hopwood on this breaststroke, the white hat. So they're really coming back at Lily Freeman on the breaststroke leg, and it's, well, there's not an awful lot split between those top 5 swimmers, is there? Just 2 seconds splitting the top 5. Right in the centre, the green hat. Wow, that's really impressive. In lane number 5, that's Sophie Brassington of Swansea University. She's got a cracking breaststroke.
She has had a phenomenal breaststroke here. I think Hayley Baker is her coach, and Hayley doing a fantastic job with it. She's looking great.
We had a chat with Hayley just before the session starts. Seems to be on pretty good form.
Yeah, I mean, Hayley Baker, she's always on form. I've never seen her any different. She's amazing. She's actually like my swimming mum.
100 metres to go in heat 6 of 8 heats of the women's 400 medley. And Sophie Brassington, excellent breaststroke leg. Opened up about a 5-metre lead from the rest of the field. Beautiful freestyle stroke as well. Lovely high elbow. Is that a Swansea freestyle style?
I wouldn't say. I don't know. But when I was speaking about Hayley was my swimming mum then, something I used to do, and something I'd give advice to for the younger swimmers is try to make your swimming team like your family. Sometimes you spend more time with your swimming team and your coaches than your own parents. And so Hayley is someone that I would go up to for advice. Oh, Hayley has been my shoulder to cry on for so many years, and I definitely advise these youngsters to have that with their coach, have that relationship with them.
Well, she's a lovely lady, Hayley. Every club has them. And this is a very good swim indeed. Certainly on the freestyle leg. Kate Cotter seems like she's taken the lead up here in lane number 6, but also going very well up there in lane 1 is Holly Hopwood of Guildford City. Look at this. 1 and 6. Hopwood and Cotter. Who's going to get the touch? I think it's just going to be Cotter in 6. It is. 5 minutes, .01. Oh, my goodness. Entry time of 5:01.83, so a season's best for Kate Cotter. 5:01, 5:00.01, 1/100th away from that 5 minutes. Second was Holly Hopwood up the top there in lane number 1, and third, Lily Freeman of Northampton.
That was a great swim from Kate Cotter. You know, I think, you know, over a second PB, she can't be too disappointed with that. I think she swam fantastic there. She paced it great. But I know, as a swimmer, when you're that far off breaking a barrier like 5 minutes, that's going to be annoying. But hopefully that's going to fuel her for if she comes back tonight.
Yeah, it certainly will. Well, let's hope she gets another go. This fastest 20 swimmers coming up, so she's got a chance of making it through to one of those finals this evening. There's A finals, B finals, junior finals, para finals. So there's 4 of them. Of course, she won't be eligible for the para final, but age born in 2007, she's eligible for the A final or the junior final. I'm sure we'll have her in the final session this evening. Great freestyle leg. Cotter. This is heat 7, first of the seeded heats. Abby Wood in 4. First of the cycle seeded heats. Abby Wood in 4. Beatrice Varley of Plymouth College Aquatics in 5. In 6 it's Holly Robinson. Katie Lee of Salford goes in 3, with Anna Farrow of University of Bath in 2. So Abby Wood, I love watching her swim, really do. And we've had quite a lot of chats about starts and turns. This is the young lady who came through in the International Swimming League and knocked it out of the park, swam brilliantly well, and her underwaters were phenomenal. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 kicks underwater on the fly. Nice and easy down this first 100. I've not seen Abby Wood do too many 4 a.m. She's done the 2 in the Olympic final a couple of times, but 4 a.m. I've not seen her do too many. It'd be interesting to see how she approaches the 400 a.m.
Yeah, I mean, in the 2024 Olympics, Abby came 5th in the 200-meter IM. So she's already got a good start in this in the IM world, but I mean, 400 is double that distance. So, but I know Abby. I know she's a great trainer. I know she's got amazing fitness. So I'm pretty sure she's going to be fine today.
Well, Dave Hemming's done a great squad with that Loughborough Performance Centre team, and Abby Wood's 2 AM, very good indeed. She's an excellent breaststroke. In fact, she's been Olympic finalist in the 200 breaststroke. Just moving over to the far lane line a little bit there. Just got to be careful not to get her shoulder caught underneath that lane line. Very close indeed to it. The roof here is a wonderful aquatics centre. The only thing I have to say, if I were to change something, and that's, listen to me, I'd change something of this design. The roof, there are some lines on the roof, and they're not dead straight to follow. Look where she's ended up off that turn as well. Now she's on the closer lane line, so she's probably just swum about a metre more than she needs to on this backstroke leg. And that's just come off that last turn. So she's doing a bit of pinball down this backstroke leg. Probably needs to just try and focus on swimming straight. If she sticks her head up a little bit, looks a little bit towards her feet, it will help her swim a little bit straighter. Now going back over the far side of the lane. She really is zigzagging down this backstroke leg, is Abby Wood.
Yeah, London Aquatics Centre, as you just said, it's an amazing venue, but the roof doesn't make it easy for backstrokers. But I tell you what, at least we're not outside, because then the only thing you can follow is clouds, and clouds actually move, so...
I used to train outside, actually, at Arizona State, out in the desert. It was great fun, but when the clouds came, often it was clear sky, but when the clouds came, it was more difficult. So there's 2 things you do. Get on a lane line, just look at it out of the corner of your eye and make sure it stays there, same distance all the way down. The other one is to look slightly towards your feet, and it does help you go straighter. It's not the best one. If you can just look at the lane line out the corner of your eye, that is by far the best way to do it.
Use the peripheral vision.
Peripheral vision, yeah. In fact, I went over as a backstroker to Arizona State, and then we had Olympic champion, world champion, world record holder, all in the area, and decided I didn't like that, so decided to become a fly swimmer. Abby Wood's breaststroke, look at this. Now, this is beautiful to watch. Look how high she comes up on the recovery, dives into the stroke, maximum distance per effort on every single stroke. So when she gets in that glide position, try not to have anything sticking out. Get in the glide position and hold it beautifully, and just travel as much as you can. Maximum efficiency for the effort that you're putting in.
Yeah, and, you know, we're looking at these girls now, and especially Abby. Abby just makes this event look so easy. Well, I can tell you, she's working hard here, you know. She maybe not going max because it's a heat and she knows she's going to be back tonight, but it's her job to make this event look easy, and she does a great job of it.
Well, she's going well. She's probably going to be about 4:45, 4:46 maybe, depending on how she finishes here. It's a very good heat swim for someone who doesn't do the 4 AMs very much. Beatrice Varley also going well in second place, maybe 5 or 6 metres behind, and then maybe another 5 or 6 metres behind her in lane 6 is Holly Robinson of Mount Kelly. That red hat, but no doubt about the leader. Well, she could go maybe slightly faster than 4:45 here. Maybe somewhere around there. Wood from Varley, from Robinson. Great freestyle as well. Was she bronze medalist on that 200 metres freestyle last night?
Yeah, she's had to recover quick from that last night because it was a great swim.
Second place for Beatrice Varley, also in the 200 metres finals last night. She was 5th in the B final, but there, Abby Wood, great swim from her. The time 4:46.25, eased up a tiny bit down that last 100, but that looked very good indeed, and she looked comfortable. Beatrice Varley came back a little bit as well, 4:49.8, excellent swim from her. Third was Holly Robinson, 4:54. So it looks like somewhere around under 4:55, and you should be in the final. Thumbs up to her coach. She's getting a right old dousing from her teammate, and that's coming from Freya Colbert. I am 100% sure that was on purpose. That was great. That's hilarious. A little bit indignant there from Abby Wood.
Yeah, but we know Freya and Abby are actually really good friends, and they're really good teammates as well.
That's hilarious. Well, some swimmers like to just splash themselves with a little bit of water before they go in, but I think Freya Colbert taking the opportunity to soak her teammate. There we go. Confirmation of the result then. Abby Wood wins heat 7 of 8. The last heat coming up with Britain's world champion in this event, Freya Colbert, but Wood wins it from Varley, Robinson, Farrow, Lee. And it looks like under 4:55, and you should be certain of getting in. It's all on times, of course. Final heat, women's 4 AM. Freya Colbert, the fastest seed, the world champion in this event from Loughborough performance, one of Dave Hemming's swimmers, as is Abby Wood, who won that previous heat. The final heat, Heat 8 of the women's 400 metres individual medley. And Freya Colbert, well, she won the 200 freestyle, and I think she might have surprised herself last night with the time that she did. She qualified for the individual 200 metres freestyle at the World Championships. Having said that, I think she was a bit disappointed she didn't get closer to the British record on the 2 free.
You just took the words right out of my mouth, Andy. She swam excellent last night. And you know, you were talking earlier about fly. The main aim is you really have to throw yourself forward. Freya is a prime example of that. That was a great first 50 for her. But for all the girls, actually, they're in pretty much a big line here.
Well, she's got a comfortable fly, hasn't she? She gets through this without really expending an awful lot of energy. In lane 4, that is Freya Colbert, our world champion. Susie McNair of Stirling also going well in the black hat. And she looks very strong indeed. This is impressive from her. In fact, leading is McNair in 6 from Colbert in 4.
Let's see the fly to back turn now. Touch the wall, both hands. That's something you've got to do on butterfly and breaststroke. It's a double-handed touch. They can't be separate. You can't touch left hand, even if it's half a second later, right hand. Otherwise, you will get disqualified. You've got to be like a mirror touching the wall.
Yes, and there's not many disqualifications for that reason on butterfly, but there are some. Just had a text from my mate Martin Fenner to say, yeah, it was my daughter, and he's very proud of her. So there we go. What a spot, eagle eyes. Super chap he is, lovely family. Over there in Basildon, Phoenix. So it is first over at the 150 mark in this final heat of the women's 400 medley. Freya Colbert of Loughborough Performance Centre leading. Still quite close to us, Susie McNair of Stirling. Doesn't need to do too much this morning. If you're the world champion, Dan, in a 400 medley, how fast would you go, having done the 2 free last night? This is her event. Would you like to stick in a time, get rid of some cobwebs from last night, bit of lactic, and set yourself up this evening, or save some energy for tonight?
I'd be saving some energy for tonight, but I definitely want a middle lane. You know, we've just seen a really good swim from Abby Wood, and we're going to see Freya next to Abby tonight. So, but I like to be in those yellow lanes in the middle, so, you know, you can... I don't know, maybe it's a mental thing, but I felt like whenever I was in a middle lane, I felt as if I was kind of in control of the race. Well, I can say something for sure now. Freya is definitely in control of this race. She's at least 3 meters ahead of second place. And all the girls in this race are having a great swim.
It looks like Emily Smith of Royal Tunbridge Wells Monson coming back a little bit on this breaststroke leg. And again, the breaststroke really sorts the whole field out. She's starting to have a little bit of a go at Freya Colbert here. This is interesting. Just 2 strokes behind at that after the first 50 of the breaststroke leg. Colbert first. Second is Emily Smith of Royal Tunbridge Wells Monson. Third is Matilda Porter of Leeds. Matilda going very well indeed. In 4th, it looks like just about in lane 6, it's Susie McNair of Stirling. Great fly back. But breaststroke here, Freya now getting into a stroke, and similar stroke to Abby Wood, that long, gliding, rangy, really efficient, beautiful breaststroke.
Yeah, and under the water in breaststroke, you've got to try and tuck in as much as you can. You've got to try to go through the water like a pencil to create less drag. Now, turning on to the freestyle for Freya, she's looking great. You know, she's obviously what we saw last night. She's a fantastic freestyler, and she looks as if she's got loads of energy left. Emily Smith as well, also holding on. She's got a great freestyle. Emily, 75 metres left. She actually is hanging on to Freya's feet quite easily. She looks great.
Well, this is really good, and she's going for it. And she's actually pretty young. She really is. She's a great junior, and she's got a chance. Swimmers born 2007 to 11 can qualify for the European Junior Championships. And I can tell you, she's born in 2009, and the qualification for the 400 medley for the women is 4:48.6. We'll keep an eye on that, but she's not going to be far away, you know, here. And if she can keep on going and having a go at Freya Colbert, she's got a chance of making the qualification standard. I think you've got to do it in the final I don't think you can do the qualification standard in the heat, but this is very good. Let's keep an eye on the time for the second place swimmer here. Colbert's going to win it, but 4:48.8. I think she's going to have done it comfortably. 4:45.4 for the second place there. Excuse me, world champion Freya Colbert. Good swim from you, but young Emily Smith, that's outstanding. And the 15-year-old is just, well, she's beaten quite comfortably the qualification time for the European Junior Championships. I think she's got to do it in the final in order to have it official, but surely she can go that again. That looked great.
Yeah, she did look great, especially if she's next to Freya. Freya is going to really pick it up again tonight, so if she can do that and hold on like she did in that race, she's on for a good one.
Well, I love the audacity of the youngster having a go there at Freya Colbert, world champion. I'll have a crack at you. Freya Colbert wins it, 4:44.7. So she'll go into the final fastest this evening. And Emily Smith, well, I think she may go into it second fastest, certainly second or third. Matilda Potter will be in. I think Chloe Brown will make it as well. That's great from her if she has. So let's see the qualifiers. Hopefully coming up in a second. Just need to check no disqualifications. Yeah, it's a good final heat there. Freya Anderson winning it. Freya Colbert's winning it in 4:44.79. A bit of a surprise for me. A 16-year-old in lane number 2. Lifetime best was 4:55. She's just gone 4:45. 10-second lifetime best. And she's in the final. Goodness me, in second position. That's brilliant. So Colbert in fastest, Smith second. And then there's Wood third. Goodness me, that's great news. And 4:55.5 has made it in, Anna Farrow. Well done. So Colbert, Smith and Wood with Varley fourth. What a final that's going to be. Who can get close to Britain's world champion, Freya Colbert?
Yeah, we won't say it on here now, Andy, but do you deep down have who you think is going to win? I never say it out loud because I could be wrong, but do you ever think, oh, this is who I think is going to win? Because tonight's going to be a very good race.
Freya Colbert.
Is that who you're betting on tonight?
I'm gonna hedge my bet. I'm gonna go with the world champion, British champion, world superstar, Freya Colbert.
That's not a bad shout. That's not a bad.
Over the 15-year-old who's just done a lifetime best by 10 seconds. How good is that?
That's amazing. That's amazing. I'm so excited to see. She's probably going to drop again tonight.
Well, let's hope so. I mean, I think now she knows that she can begin a race. I mean, she's going to be right in amongst it this evening. I don't think she's been quite as close to Freya Colbert as she was last night. Was this morning, but I think Colbert can go a lot faster than that this evening and will do. But she'll have some good fights this evening. It's going to be great fun. 8 heats of the men's 4 IM. This is the first heat. Reece Burns fastest seed in 4 for Chelmsford. Leon Taylor of Brighton in 5. Under fly, 100 back, 100 breast and 100 free. Just seen 8 heats of women's 4 AM. Now we've got them 8 heats of the men's 4 AM. It's a big session this. Then we've got the women's 100 metres backstroke coming up after that. So they'll have had quite a long time to wait. There is a fabulous warm-up pool here at the Olympic Aquatics Centre, 50 metres. Have you swum here much? You must have done a fair few Olympic trials here.
So my first Olympic trials was in 2016. That was held in Glasgow. And then 2021, because it was supposed to be 2020, but COVID postponed it. 2021 was here, and 24 last year was here. It's an amazing pool, and it has a different feel. I think it's got a bit of an aura around the pool for me. Maybe that's probably mental, but walking into this pool, such a it's got history, you know. And it's, even though it's quite a new pool, like one of the first competitions was the Olympic Games, the 2012 Olympic Games, one of the most amazing Olympics. It was my favourite Olympics to watch, actually.
Wow, that's interesting. Why was that?
I think it was because, you know, it was a home games and there was just a buzz around the country, you know, and We saw some amazing, amazing swims in this pool. We saw Phelps, we saw Lochte, we saw Ruta. So many athletes, but yeah.
It was the coming of age of Katie Ledecky as well, wasn't it? Because she, out of nowhere, had a crack on that 800 freestyle and beat Becky Adlington. Becky got a wonderful double bronze after double gold in 2008. But Katie Ledecky, I think she was 15, just blew the doors off the 800 freestyle there. Did you ever train with Katie Ledecky? Did you ever do any sets with her? Apparently she's just an absolute beast in training.
I never trained with Katie. I've only swum in competitions with her, but I don't think I need to train with her to know how she trains. I don't think she takes training lightly. As we spoke a few times yesterday, I can imagine she's very headstrong. You know, as a distance swimmer, as distance swimmers, the sessions are extremely long, extremely boring, and sometimes extremely lonely. And so, being headstrong, you've got to get through that.
Do you actually mean boring?
Yeah, I do mean boring.
Do you?
Yeah, I do.
Do you? Did you find sessions boring? I used to love training.
No, I'm not saying I didn't love training. I did enjoy training, but sometimes you just have to get the meters in. So sometimes it would just be a 10K session. There would always be a certain set that the coach would give you to do it, so it wouldn't just be 10,000 meters in a line straight. But, you know, it would take a good 2.5, 3 hours to do, which is... You know, you get a lot of thinking time doing that. I used to tend to reevaluate my life in those sessions and just think of songs and just think, what am I going to have for dinner tonight? And after a session like that, it'd usually be something big.
That's funny, that. It is funny, but sometimes in the morning session when you're tired and cold and hungry in the winter time and it's snowing and you're outside, it's challenging. And then you start thinking of something like crunchy nut cornflakes. I tell you, the whole thing goes... Your body goes into a right old mess. Anyway, the breaststroke leg of this first heat of 8 to the men's 4 AM. And right at the top there, Max Harvey of City of Liverpool come through very well from Joseph Hall in 2. Max in 1, Hall in 2 and 3. Alexander Williams also going well in the white hat of Ealing. And closer to us is Regan Gallagher of Taunton Dean Swimming Club. It looks like the City of Liverpool man, Max Harvey, going well. And my mum, something like 40 years, was the coach of City of Liverpool.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I swam with them for quite a long time. Swam as an Olympian with City of Liverpool. Great programme. Got some super swimming pools now. Really have.
I was just about to say, going into this last 50 now, Max is looking great. Max Harvey is looking very strong. And the other side of the pool in lane 7, Regan Gallagher, is also looking strong. I wonder if they're probably eyeing each other up, even though they are 5 lanes apart.
Well, they could be, but it looks like Max Harvey, well, they're going to have good eyes to keep them on him because he's swimming away from the rest of the field. Look at this, the red hat up the top there. Well, he's finishing very strongly. I wonder if he could have gone a little bit quicker, a little bit earlier, because this is a really good swim. Look at that. The time, 4:39.8 off a 4:45 entry in lifetime best. Well, there you go, 5.5 seconds. You take that every day, don't you? That's brilliant. Joseph Hall in lane 2, also another lifetime best, but great swim from him. I think he can go fast, you know, because the way he was swimming in that last 15 metres, he looked like he had loads left.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, I'd like to think we'll see Max again tonight, you know, after that swim. And it's good, you know, in the heat, you like to trial things out. And tonight he can fix them. He'll have a good conversation with his coach, what worked, what didn't work. And he can bring them into the final to improve tonight on his PB.
So confirmation of the result of the first heat of the men's 4 AM. Max Harvey wins it for City of Liverpool. Super lifetime best from him, 4:39.8. Sub 4:40 when you come in on a 4:45. Very good. Joseph Hall second of Leeds. Leon Taylor third. Gallagher fourth. Swales fifth. Alexander Williams of Ealing sixth. Burns in seventh. And Bennett eighth. Heat 2 of the men's 4am. And Matthew Scott, the fastest seed from Newcastle, in lane 4, with Jack Bignell, Northampton in 5. William Viney. Viney? I wonder how you pronounce that in lane 3 from City of Birmingham. I'm sure somebody will let me know. Viney, maybe it is. Mum and Dad will tell me, I'm sure. Heat 2 of 8. Men's 4 medley.
Somewhat under the 440 mark. The target for swimmers in this heat. And it's time to go 443, 444. Close to our 440 mark.
So the race pretty even. Maybe in lane number 3, this first 50, it looks like it is. We're going to call him Vinny, William Vinny of City of Birmingham, first to touch, with Thomas Smith of Richmond Dale in second. And these two going at it. Looking like they're working quite hard down this first 100 fly. I mean, they're going well. It's lovely, in fact, lane 2, lovely stroke there. That's Alexander Williams of Ealing. Oh, no, excuse me, it's not. It's lane 2. It's Thomas Smith of Richmond Dales.
Yeah, they're going out hard, but they do know they've got 300 metres left, so I'm pretty sure they know exactly what they do in these boys. This is not the first time for these boys to be swimming this event. Andy, do you know when you were doing the 100 fly, could you imagine when you touched the wall that you'd have another 300 metres to do?
Not after a race 100 fly, definitely not. But having done 4am as my first international, I swam for a junior team over in Holland and swam it there. And I wasn't too bad. I could fake the breaststroke. When you're young, you can fake the breaststroke a little bit more. But when you get older, goodness me, they absolutely batter you. And I quite quickly realised as I could fake it for a while, but had to find something I was actually properly good at, because I started getting beaten out of sight, which I didn't particularly enjoy. Went to backstroke, won a European junior medal on the backstroke, and then went to America, went to Arizona State University, swam backstroke there, and then also as a fly swimmer. Won my first national title age 16, actually, which was quite fun. I won two national short course titles, 100 fly and 100 back in the same session, which was really fun. And then from then, I just decided that's what I wanted to do, fly in the back. So I kept those, kept the freestyle, and swam the freestyle at the Olympics in Seoul. Had a British record for a while. 50.5, it seems like a fly time now, doesn't it? In fact, it's not even a fly time. They're going for 49s.
It's still rapid.
What did you go for 100 free?
I'm not 100% sure. I don't think I could beat 50. I couldn't go under 50, but I think I could do
low 50.
Low 50s.
No, don't tell me that. Mine was 50.57. Yours must have been 50.6 or something like that.
I don't know. I tend to say Adam tried to keep me away from them because I think he'd know that I'd enjoy the shorter swims more than the longer ones and want to transition to them, and I wasn't that good at short swims.
Adam, your coach?
Adam Baker, yeah.
There you go. I was thinking, Petey, what's he got to do with life on freestyle? I don't know. I don't think he's a great freestyler, Adam Petey, is he? Is that rude?
I think he's a breaststroker. He's a breaststroker. I remember, actually. Right?
That's the right way to say it.
He's a breaststroker and a phenomenal one. I remember, I'm trying to think back now. I don't know where we were, and I was sat on a dinner table with Adam Peaty, and he said, Dan, I saw you do breaststroke today. And I said, oh, yeah, what did you think? And he just smiled. How humbling was that?
That's another way of doing it. Fantastic stuff. Well, you should ask him how good he is at skipping. I had a quick chat with Mel Marshall, his coach, or his old coach, and she said very, very clearly he's not a skipper. Super turn there in lane, is that lane 6? Yeah, it is. Really very quick around the wall from Lucas Lovell. That was very, very good indeed. Great discipline. Great focus on technique from the Portsmouth North Sea swimmer. And he's got a decent freestyle, a very quick freestyle up the top there. Peter McGrother of Northumberland and Durham Performance Programme.
Yeah, you know, we were speaking about the 50s earlier. Lane 0 tended to be the one that people were doing most of the wins from. But I think in the 400 IM today, it's lane 1. Lane 1 and 6 having a good fight out here.
Well, he really is going well up the top there, isn't he, in lane number 1? Peter McGrother is having a crack on this freestyle leg, and he's having a go at the leader after the breaststroke leg in lane number 6, Lucas Lovell. So it is just about, look at the white hat up there in lane 2, Thomas Smith. Wow, he's charging, absolutely charging. Who's going to get the touch? It may well be Smith. Who gets it? Smith does. That last 50, gracious me, that was amazing.
Thomas Smith in that last 50 done a 29.97 next to Peter McGrother, who done a 32.88. Thomas Smith really held back for that last 50 on the freestyle, and he smashed it.
2.9 seconds faster on the last 50. I wonder if he needs to go a little bit harder, a little bit earlier. I mean, he's a great freestyler, obviously, but I wonder if he can just push it a tiny bit earlier.
I mean, he's still young, you know, he's only 19, so he's got plenty of time to learn that, but yeah, that's what I think.
So, confirmation of the result of the second heat of the men's 400 medley. Thomas Smith wins it from Richmond Dale, 4:42, very good from him. Lovell second, and McGrother third. Bignell fourth, Vinny fifth, Shaw sixth, 4:42, inside his lifetime best, so very good from him. Smith in two's entry time, 4:44.1, so it's almost 2 seconds lifetime best for the winner there, and that's just heat 2.
This is heat 3.
Heat 3 of the men's 4am, and Daniel Fielder of University of Birmingham in lane 3. Look in lane 4. In lane 3, Logan van der Meulen. He's got some swimming parentage, I tell you. Alison Shepherd is his mum. Do you know Alison Shepherd? Did you ever swim with her? Brilliant sprint freestyler. I'm not sure she wasn't a world champion 50 freestyler, actually. She was outstanding anyway. Scottish, Commonwealth, multiple medalist. And actually Dad Gary as well, Canadian international. He was a tough guy as well. Swam, I think, distance freestyle from memory. Alison very much a sprinter, 50, 100 freestyle. So let's be watching with interest Logan. He's a 400 medley swimmer, so taken after his dad rather than his mum very much. But the first 50 metres, Chesworth in lane number 6, 27.4. Van der Meulen third. Decent fly he's got there. Lane number 3, the white hat. But look at this in lane 6. Impressive Jake Chesworth of Maxwell on this fly.
Yeah, he's having a great fly. I'd like to see what his 100 fly is, actually. He's coming out very strong here. I think also Benjamin Twynham is doing very well on this. It'll be a good fight out on this backstroke to see where they are.
Well, Jake Chesworth of Maxwell leading after the butterfly, but he's also a very good freestyler.
Something, a good fact about Jake Chesworth as well. In this competition last year, he came 6th in the 400 freestyle junior final. So we know that he's a good 400 swimmer, albeit be the freestyle. I'm looking forward to his last 100 of this event.
Really, he was actually 6th here as well in this junior final last night on that 400 free when Jimmy Guy went crackers. So crackers. It was great to watch him. It really was. Very good indeed. So he's got a great fly and great free. See his backstroke, the white hat there in lane 6. He's going well up there in lane 2. Benjamin Twynham of University of Surrey also going very well. And the black hat, dark blue hat, just on the left-hand side. There he is. So quick, he's out the shot. Very even field here, apart from the leader way out in front, and then 4 or 5 swimmers almost all in a line. At the halfway points in this heat 3 of 8 of the men's 4am. Ben Twynham of Surrey first to turn, and he's over. Now let's see what his breaststroke is like. 4:43 is his entry time, and he's had a really good fly back. He looks a strong breaststroker as well, Dan. This is impressive breaststroke if he can keep this going. And he looks very strong, getting good distance per stroke. Wouldn't mind seeing him just dive into each stroke a little bit more if he can. And, well, it's very impressive. Well, if he keeps this going and he's got a decent freestyle, he's going to go way under 4:43. So 50 breaststroke to go and then 100 freestyle. He must have a lead of about, what, 8, 9, 10 metres maybe? That's a great lead from Fielder in lane 4 second, Elliott third, Thorne fourth, Chesworth the leader after the butterfly leg back in 5th now. But this is impressive breaststroke. It really is. Lovely high recovery position and then diving into that stroke. Wonder if he can maybe just be a little bit more efficient in terms of his line. Try and keep it all tucked in a little bit more. Try and get a little bit more distance per stroke.
Yeah. Maybe watch Freya and Abby tonight. You know, they are very long under the water. They do go through the water like a pencil. But albeit a great breaststroke, and now he's turned onto the freestyle.
Well, he's turned in 3:30, so as long as he goes under 70 seconds for his 100 metres freestyle, he's going to go a 4:30 something, which is very good indeed, considering his entry time's 4:43. He should go well under 4:40, and that'll be a cracking swim. We'll have a good idea what his final time is going to be from this split here. So 50 metres to go at this turn from the leader, Ben Twynham of University of Surrey. He's just split, he's split 34.7, so he's got to come back under 35, and he's going to go underneath at 4:30. He's looking a bit tired here.
Yeah, he's looking tired, but he's holding on well, and maybe, you never know, he may be just holding back a little bit on this. You know, he's quite far ahead. I think he knows he can relax a little bit and save the rest of it tonight.
So it's Twynham of University of Surrey leading from Fielder of University of Birmingham. Is he going to go under 4:40? It's going to be close. Oh, he's done it. Well done. 4:38.4 off a 4:43 entry time. 5-second lifetime best. That's really quite brilliant. Fielder second. Third was Lawrence Elliott, 4:43.5. Such a hard race that is. Great flyback breast, paid for that early pace a little bit. 68 on his 100 metres freestyle there, but very good indeed. He's under 4:40.
Very good swim from all these boys today. 5-second PB for Ben Twynham. Excellent swim. And here we see the results. So the winner, Ben Twynham, a 5-second personal best. Fantastic swim for Benjamin today. Second, Daniel Fielder, and third, Elliott Lawrence.
Very good stuff indeed. So that's heat 3. 8 heats, of course, in this men's 4am after 8 heats in the women's 4am. And Toby Bullock of Midlothian Swim Club, the fastest seed in the next heat. But Ben Twynham, well, we're having a look at that. 5-second lifetime best from him. And it's been pretty impressive all the way through. Delighted to see so many lifetime bests at this Aquatics GB 2025 Championships. Toby Bullock, the fastest seed in heat 4. Oliver Greaves of Millfield in 3. Joshua Keogh of Bolton in 5, with Austin Manley of Repton next to him in 6, and Dominic Simpson of Nuneaton and Bedworth in 7. Great start. Look at that up there in the red suit, the black hat and the red suit. Up there in lane number 2, Lachlan Beasley of City of Manchester. Well, again, none of these guys seeded under 4:40, but the way they're swimming at the moment, I wouldn't be surprised if there's quite a few sub-440s here. It really has been fantastic. Still only in the middle of the second session of heats of this championship. Already we're seeing so many lifetime bests.
There is definitely something that comes with if you see everyone else PB, and it does give you a good feeling going into the race. I think if there's multiple PBs in a competition, it does automatically make you feel like you're going to get one as well. I definitely had that when I was swimming.
And sometimes people talk about a fast pool and a slow pool, and when it's a fast pool, everyone does it. And some people were saying the Olympic pool was a slow pool. What do you think of the Olympic pool in Paris? Because there were a few slower times, but then some people knocked it off the blocks, didn't they?
Yeah. I mean, we can look at Matt Richards. It was a fast pool for him, you know. I actually always thought, up until last year, London was a slow pool. I had this one, because in 2015, we had our trials for the World Championships in Kazan, and I had a shocking race. I didn't swim well at all, and since then I thought to myself, oh no, this is not the pool for me. And then in 2021, I had one of the best swims of my life to qualify for the Tokyo Olympics, and then automatically I thought, it's a quick pool now.
Funny that. It is interesting though, because in Paris at the Olympics there was a lot of moaning, particularly from one Antipodean country, about how slow it was. But you know, in your event, the 1500 meters freestyle, how fast was that?
Yeah, that was rapid. It was a world record from Bobby Fink. It was amazing to watch. I was in the room, and it was the crowd. I think it was louder than I've ever heard it. I'd probably say it was just as loud as when Leon Marchand was swimming. It was so loud. But it's because I think the 1500 was the longest reigning world record to go, and he took it, and in such an amazing style. And Bobby's also a really nice guy as well. So I was just happy for him, not only as an athlete, but as a person.
Oh, very good. It was unbelievable swimming, I have to say, with Dan Whiffen winning the 800 metres freestyle and then having a crack in the 15-2. I mean, what an event that was. And goodness me, it was such a fast race. I did not expect Fink to go that fast. And wasn't that the first male gold medal individual for Team USA at the meet on pretty much on the last day? Am I right in thinking that?
It was definitely on the last day.
Yeah, I don't remember any other Americans winning. I think it was almost a shutout, and then he went super fast and won gold on the 1500 meters freestyle. I think it might have been, just running through the events in my head. I don't remember American men winning apart from that. I seem to remember it was quite an interesting one. Talking about interesting ones, two great head-to-heads here in lanes 6 and 7, and this the fourth heat of the men's 400 IM. Austin Manley of Repton now just been overtaken in lane 7 by Dominic Simpson of Nuneaton and Bedworth. But Manley of Repton swimming very well at the moment. And if he's got a decent freestyle, which I know he does, he's a good old youngster. He's only 14 years of age, is Austin Manley, I think, of Repton. But he's got a great freestyle. Gold on the 100 metres freestyle at 13-14 National Championships last year. So he's a youngster, but he's a good freestyler. And he's going to be attacking Simpson here. It'll be interesting to see how these two do. Also going well as Oliver Caddick of Loughborough University right at the top there in lane number 1 from the top. But at the moment it is Dominic Simpson of Nuneaton.
Turn on to the last 50 now. Let's watch Dominic's underwater. Very good underwater work. Did breathe on the first stroke, which maybe you can change a bit for tonight. As we said earlier, the more you breathe, I know it's much easier said than done, but when you breathe, it does add resistance. So coming off the wall and not breathing on the first stroke does make a difference.
Well, Austin Manley having a go here at Dominic Simpson. I'm not sure he's going to catch him. I think Simpson's got the stronger freestyle, but he's had a really good go. And the qualification times, the entry times, 4:41 and 4:42. 4:33. 29.9 to finish from Dominic Simpson to win. 4:33.9 off a 4:42 entry time. 8 seconds inside of his lifetime best. 8.2 it was. Wow. Wow. Simpson wins it from Manley in second. Third up there in lane 3 was Ollie Greaves of Millfield and a 4:41. Right on his lifetime best as well. But wait, 8 seconds on a 4 AM, that's 2 seconds per 100.
In the morning.
Ooh. There's an interesting question for you. I hate the concept of a morning swim. Oh, I did well. I know, I take your point. Well, considering it was morning, but you don't swim fast in the morning, get up earlier. Dominic Simpson, Nuneaton, wins it. Super swim from him. Massive lifetime best, 8 seconds, 4:33.96. Austin Manley second, Oliver Greaves third. Heat 5 of the men's 400 medley, and Patch Robinson of Team Ipswich in lane 4 is the fastest seed. Yakno of Portsmouth second fastest in 5. This and the next heat of the uncycle seeded heats, and then we got the fastest 20 swimmers in Britain, equally spread amongst those last 2 heats of this 4 a.m. Then we've got the women's backstroke, and then there'll be a little bit of a break, and then I think the 1500 heats for women come. But right at the top there, Lewis Maxwell of Northumberland Durham Performance started off very well, very quick indeed. Look at that, 26.8 for the first 50 of a 4 a.m. Does he know he's got 7 more lengths to go?
I think he has a pretty good idea, but I gotta say from Lewis, that was a fantastic swim. That was a fantastic, first 50, and he looks as if he's holding it on for this second 50. You know, he's definitely a fly dominant swimmer, what we can see at the moment.
Well, he is, but at last year's British Championships, he was 19th on the 800 free, so he's a good freestyler as well. Beautiful, long, flowing butterfly stroke, and he's a couple of seconds ahead there. Must be nearly 2.5 seconds ahead after the fly leg. Not bad backstroke either. And with a great freestyle, if he's got even a half decent breaststroke, this is going to be a massive lifetime best again.
Massive lifetime best, yeah. Great swim. He looks really smooth. He looks really in control as well. Great swim.
So right at the top there, again, it's lane 0. I think if I had a choice at this meet, I'd be selecting lane 0. Everybody seems to be swimming quickly from that lane right at the top. And he was nearly 2.5 seconds ahead after the fly leg. He's now 3 seconds ahead. So it is Lewis Maxwell leading by 3 seconds with 50 metres of backstroke to go. And this is a good swim from him. Let's hope he's got a decent breaststroke, because if he has, this is going to be a cracking 400 AM. Great 800 freestyler, so we know he's got the stamina. What's he got on the breaststroke? This is the halfway turn.
Yeah, 4:39.92 is his personal best, and the way he's going at the moment, he looks as if he's going to smash it.
So let's see his breaststroke. It's not too bad. Slightly better in the centre. I think it's is that City of Birmingham in the centre, or is it Portsmouth? It is. In lane 5, it's Mako Yakno of Portsmouth. And, well, he's only 15 years of age, 14 years of age, in fact. Look at that. Real youngster. And looking really good down this breaststroke leg. Also coming back pretty well up there. I think it's in lane 3. Benjamin Guthrie of City of Milton Keynes. But still leading, and leading well, as Lewis Maxwell. And he's holding on very well. Well, he's a great distance freestyler, so this is impressive from Lewis Maxwell of Northumberland and Durham Performance Programme. Right at the top there in lane number 0. The charge on for second place, but he's using that efficiency and distance per stroke pretty well on this breaststroke. Come through now in lane number 2. It's Andrew Clavis of Warrington Warriors in the yellow hat. 1 lane closer to us from him is Benjamin Guthrie of Milton Keynes. At 100 metres to go, and Maxwell, well, he's not going to be far off. 3:30, his lifetime best 3:39, 4:39. Wow.
Yeah, that was a great turn from Lewis Maxwell as well. You know, I think after the breaststroke going on to the freestyle, you've already done 300 metres. You're knackered at this point, you know, or I was anyway. And I always found that whenever I'd get to the breaststroke to freestyle turn, I could basically have a cup of tea in that turn, you know. I'd try to have about 4 breaths before I push on to the freestyle, probably because I knew that was my dominant stroke. But I said about Lewis Maxwell's fly being the most dominant stroke. I think every stroke that we've seen him do in this race, he looks more dominant than the other one. His freestyle looks great now as well.
Well, it really does. I reckon he can go somewhere around 4:33, and if he can do that off a 4:39 entry time, in fact, it's 4:39.9. It's basically 4:40. Let's see what he can do here. Also coming back very well indeed in lane number 2 is Andrew Clavis of Warrington Warriors, flying down this last 50. And his time, as he got close to 4:30, 4:30.19. Wow, 30.5 seconds final 50. Really impressive. That's almost 10 seconds underneath his lifetime best. 9-second lifetime best from the winner, Lewis Maxwell. Great swim from him. Second in lane 5 was Mako Yakno of Portsmouth North Sea. And third, Andrew Clavis of Warrington Warriors. And huge lifetime best from all of those athletes. Brilliant from them. Really was.
It's so many. It's so great to see how many PBs are going this morning, and we can say that Lewis Maxwell won that heat in a 9-second PB. Yakno second, and Andrew Clavis third.
Well, you can see on the right-hand side of Yakno's name, it's an E for he's excluded from swimming in the finals this evening as a non-British athlete. Delighted to see so many internationals here in the heats, but it is a British final for the selection for the World Championships and the Europeans and the World Juniors, European Juniors and World Juniors. So there's another international athlete here in lane number 7. That's Sam Williamson of University of Bath. Fastest seed is Wilfred Lee of Millfield School. James Froggatt of City of Birmingham in 5's the second fastest seed. Isaac Thompson of Mount Kelly in 3, the 17-year-old. Fastest seed, Wilfred Lee, 16. Thompson in 3 and Hugh Mason Williams in 1, both 17. I mentioned that because there's a selection here at these championships for not only the World Championship team, which will be going to Singapore in the summer, but also the European Junior Championships, which will be held in Slovakia. And then from that, they will be selecting the World Junior Championships team for Great Britain. So you have to go to the European Juniors, and from that meet, the World Junior team will be selected. There's also the European Youth Olympic Festival will be selected from this championships as well. Of course, as the World Para Championships. So it's a big trial, this, it really is.
Yeah, we're seeing James Froggatt have a great 100 fly here, and just remember, last night he swam the 400 free in the B final, and he came 6th. So he's had to he swam great in the 400 free yesterday, and now he's had to kind of forget about that and then get straight back onto this morning. He's doing a great job. Very fast out in that 100 free, on that first 100 flight, 59.28.
Well, that is quick. It really is. In lane 5, James Froggatt of City of Birmingham. And with the 400 freestyle already in the bag on that B final, where he was 6, we know he's got a good 400 in him. So 400 free last night, 4 IM today. It's a tough first 2 days, isn't it? It really is. I guess you don't often get 400 freestylers then doing 4 AM. It's an unusual double.
Yeah, it is quite unusual. Did we ever see Max Litchfield do that? Because, I mean, he's a veteran 400 IM swimmer. Was he a good 400 free swimmer? I can imagine he was.
Not sure. Great 200 IM, certainly. He's got all the strokes, of course, being Olympic finalist 4th at the Olympics 3 times in a row. We'll be seeing him very shortly. He's in the final heat. Massive favourite for the gold and to get a slot on that team for Singapore this evening in the final. But very impressive backstroke here from Isaac Thompson of Mount Kelly. Beautiful backstroke. Wow. A super job. They've got a great crop of backstrokers at Mount Kelly now. So that's the halfway turn. Thompson leading of Mount Kelly. Froggatt 2nd. Dragasius 3rd. But super backstroke. Now, let's have a look at his breaststroke. Well, it's not bad. He's not quite getting as much out of his arms as maybe he could, and starting to catch him up a little bit now in lane 5 is James Froggatt, and Wilfred Lee of Millfield and the green hat also starting to charge and come through.
Isaac Thompson having a very good breaststroke here, followed closely by James Froggatt. But we can't forget about Sam Williamson, Oliver Jones and Elijah Kendrick. This side of the pool, they're having a good little race out there. And fun fact, Swansea, Elijah swims for Swansea University, so he's under Hayley Baker, and he's actually training to be a pilot. I know Elijah, so thought that would be a cool fact for you all to hear.
There you go. So a pilot, as in a commercial pilot, wants to fly the big jets, or is he helicopter or fast jets, or what is he?
Commercial plane.
Ooh. Okay.
I had many questions.
Yeah, sometimes it'll be very interesting to see when the captain comes out of the cockpit and goes, all right, mate. Well, you're flying the plane? Very good, James Froggatt. Excellent breaststroke there. He's really come through on that breaststroke leg, and he's got a great freestyle. And look at the energy he's got here. Well, His kick is quite high here, Dan. I wonder if that's using a little bit more energy than he needs. He's kicking a little bit of air there.
Yeah, you can see he's very leg dominant in this stroke, but as you just said, the more splash that you get with a freestyle kick, that means the more they're kicking out of the water, and that means I'd probably say 40% of that kick is out the water, so he's kicking air. Necessarily, not exactly, that's not helping you, you know, so he's using 60% of it, but if he gets those legs down a little bit tonight when he comes back, then he'll be able to use 100% of that leg kick, which he will definitely feel the benefit of.
Well, I tell you what, 60% legs, he's flying. What can he do with 100%? This is very impressive indeed. What a freestyle leg this is in lane number 5. James Froggatt at City of Birmingham. His entry time, 4:32.1. Oh, he's miles underneath it. 4:26.6 from James Froggatt. Super swim from him. Donatas Dragasius of City of Manchester, second. Great swim from him as well. Third was Oliver Jones. 4:35.7. He is in third, but what a swim that was. And, well, just looking at his stroke, it's not bad. And I do think with a little bit of a tweak, he can go even faster. His final 50, 29.5.
Yeah, that is phenomenal. You know, he's 20, he's got many years left in him. He can learn so much from that race, but still, that was a fantastic swim. So, confirmation of the result of Heat 6 of the men's 4 AM. 2 fastest heats now coming up. James Froggatt, super swim from him, 4:26.6. Won it by, goodness me, what is that? 8 seconds from Donatas Dragasius of Manchester. Oliver Jones third, and Hugh Mason Williams in fourth. Isaac Thompson swam well in fifth, 4:37.3. Well, the fastest 2 heats on the 400s are cycle seeded. So Charlie Hutchinson in lane 4 in this heat, the second fastest seed coming into these championships. With lane 4 in the next heat, Max Litchfield as the fastest in Britain by quite a way. Let's see what Charlie can do here. Heat 7 of the men's 400 AM. David Annis in 3, Hutchison in 4. Edward Marcel Whittles of Chelsea and Westminster in 5. Angus Allison of University of Stirling in 6 with his teammate Finley Davis in 7. And at the moment, the centre lane's just about heading it up. In 4 is Charlie Hutchinson. In 3, David Annis of Stirling. 3 Stirling swimmers in fact 4 Stirling swimmers in this second last heat in lanes 3, 6, 7 and 9 closest to us. Really good underwaters as well, beautiful. 5 or 6 kicks off the water and then the first stroke head down as well. And that really allows you to swim forward, some beautiful momentum. Beautiful to see off that start and, sorry, off the turn and the breakout to the surface. You know, we were mentioning, Andy, there's not usually a 400 free 400 IM crossover. I'm seeing in this race now, David Annis came second in the B final in the 400 free last night. And also Samuel Sterry swam last night in the 400 free as well. So there's 2 crossovers there.
Well, there is. It is quite unusual, I think. It's like seeing someone like Theodora Taylor, fantastic youngster, did the 50 breaststroke and the 200 freestyle yesterday. You don't often get breaststrokers doing anything else, actually. I mean, if you think about Adam Peaty, wonderful breaststroker, the greatest in history, but doesn't really do anything else. Adrian Morehouse pretends that he was a great freestyler, but he actually wasn't. Sorry, Adrian. World record holder on the breaststroke, though. He was outstanding. You know, we've had some James Wilby. Not sure he does an awful lot else apart from the breaststroke. Does James Wilby?
Yeah, he's pretty dominant on the breaststroke, isn't he? That's definitely his event. James Wilby, actually, one of my favourite races ever to watch was his 200 breaststroke at the 2018 Commonwealth Games, where he won it. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, he was fantastic. I also saw him in Rome win the 200 breaststroke from an outside lane there. He's a special guy, that guy. He really is. I think he's taken a year off this year. Hopefully he's going to come back even better, bigger and stronger for Commonwealth Games next year. And who knows whether he's going to have a crack at LA, but it'd be great to see him do that. So this is the first of the 2 seeded heats of the cycle seeded heats of the men's 4 AM. And Charlie Hutchinson looking very good indeed Hutchison in the centre for Loughborough University Swimming. Going with him on the breaststroke leg is Edward Marcel Whittles of Chelsea and Westminster, with Stirling's David Annis in 3. And it's these 3 guys leading. Hutchison over first. Very tight between second and third. Just about Marcel Whittles in 5 from Annis in 3. Great breaststroke as Hutchison. Really good medley swimmer. Also a very good 200 freestyler. So expect him to finish this back half very well. Beautiful breaststroke. Look at the distance he's getting on every single stroke on this breaststroke, the leader.
Yeah, definitely. You know, we talk about Freya and Abby underwater looking like pencils. He's a prime example of that. Also, someone else who has another stroke like that is David Annis next to him, having a great swim from Stirling.
Well, Annis 1 lane up from the leader in lane 3, and 5 Marcel Whittles, not a bad breaststroker either. Also had a super breaststroke there in lane 6 was Angus Allison of Stirling. Well, no doubt about the leader though. Charlie Hutchison of Loughborough University. Just outside the shot on the right hand side, there he is. And what has he got? About a 5-metre lead with 70 metres to go, and he looks strong. He's working hard here. Interesting. He's quite a way ahead, but still looks like he's pushing it a bit. I was just about to say that now. I'm trying to work out what I would do. I would probably back off a little bit now. Now that I know that I'm safe, and he has a pretty good idea that he's going to make it back tonight, I'd probably relax a little bit now. You know how we saw Jimmy in the 400 free heat yesterday, where he finished the race and he glided in and he just looks as if he was chilling. That's probably what I would do if I was Charlie now. Well, he's got a job to do this evening if he's going to try and make the World Championship team. 4:11.90. That's a massive ask. It's a lot under his lifetime best. Very pedestrian finish after a really good breaststroke and most of his freestyle. 4:20 he finishes with. Charlie Hutchison, the fastest time so far by quite a long way. 5 seconds slower than his lifetime best. So that was a comfortable swim from Hutchison. There you go. He's done the job to get through. Tested himself a little bit throughout that race, I think, on various different elements. Certainly the breaststroke, he looked strong.
Very unlikely to not get us that sort of lane. Here's the official result for you with Annis and Hutchison.
And here's the result of the men's 400 IM Heat 7. Winner of that race, Charlie Hutchison in 4:27.6. David Annis in 2nd place, and in 3rd place, Angus Allison. It's worth mentioning that last year in the GB Championships 2024, Charlie Hutchison came away with the silver medal.
Well, he's a great medley swimmer. That's World Championship qualifying time. Very tough indeed, my word. 4:11.90. And the final heat of the men's 4 IM. Max Litchfield, 3 times Olympic finalist in this event, 3 times 4th. Wow. In Rio, in Tokyo and in Paris. So unlucky in Paris. Swam brilliantly. Really brilliantly. So unlucky. It just happened to be a super quick event. Deserved a medal. Really did. So a very long hold, quiet for the final. They started just waiting for them to be absolutely still and for the crowd to be quiet. Now, interesting how Max Litchfield is going to approach this. A lot of the Loughborough Performance Centre swimmers do have a bit of an attack in the heats and try and lay something down. Not necessarily full bore, but certainly try and give themselves a little bit of lactic acid and a little bit of a feel of the race. The race speed and the race tempo and the race pacing. And he looks like he's working hard here, Max Litchfield. This is really interesting. He's going for this fly. Wonder how long this is going to last. This is fascinating.
That was an excellent underwater from Max as well. He went at least 13 metres after that first turn. He's looking great. He does look as if he's charter of this 100 fly, but maybe that is what he's focusing on this morning, and he can take that into tonight and focus on maybe something else tonight.
Well, it's a great first 100 fly. He's gone 57.2. It's probably one of his weakest legs to fly, actually, for Max Litchfield here. But beautiful backstroke and a great breaststroke and freestyler. Well, I'm delighted the winner of that previous heat, second fastest seed coming into these 2025 Aquatics GB Championships. Charlie Hutchison's joined us, a Loughborough University student.
Hi, nice to join you. I pressed the wrong button. But yeah, it's great to see Max. He's flying up here, really driving the rate. He's going to have a great turn, probably go 10 metres off this and keep going.
He's pretty good. Let me ask you about you and how you swam there, because it looked like you were having a bit of fun. 4:14 is your lifetime best. 4:16 your season's best, but 4:20. We were trying to work out just how fast you were going, how much effort you were putting into that one.
It was quite a relaxed swim for me this morning. I just wanted to work on my turns. I was going like 15 metres under off all the walls. Still trying to recover here a bit and try and do an interview, but no, it was good. I just wanted to set myself up well for tonight. It's going to be a duel with me and Max. Hopefully I can get under the consideration time of 4:11.9. Like you said, my PB is 4:14.9. So I need a good swim tonight, but me and Max are ferocious battlers, and there's no one better than Max to really push me to try and get that result.
Fantastic. Now, that's quite a drop from your lifetime best. I'm absolutely sure you can have a crack at it, but what will you do to try and get that 4:11.9 from a 4:14 lifetime best? What are you going to focus on in order to try and achieve something as special as that?
I've moved groups this season. I'm now training under Rich Denigan, and he's an absolute animal. So he's been beating me up every day in training.
Figuratively, of course.
Figuratively, of course. But it's fierce preparation really going into this. Been working really hard, front end, back end, everything. Just have a huge engine to really take it to the likes of someone like Max, who's came fourth at 3 Olympic Games consecutively. I'm trying to compete with the best in the world here, and there's no one who's gonna. I'm just gonna try to stick to his hip really, bit by car, but then hopefully I can get it done.
Well, you have a very good fly. Is your fly better than Max's? Because that seems to be pretty much his weakest stroke, and then he gets going. Like Breaststroke here is outstanding. Will you be leading at any time in the race this evening?
Hopefully by the end, but I don't know by any other point. But the aim is his breaststroke is far better than mine, so I just need to stick to him like glue throughout it. And I've got a strong freestyle training with Dan Whiffen, and Felix Orbeck, who's just retired. So if I'm in the race, it's all about who's got the dog for the last 50, and Max is the biggest dog in the pool currently, so...
Who's got the dog? I love it. Well, Charlie Hutchison, I want you to go and swim down so you can swim as fast as you can tonight and see if you can have a crack at that 4:11.9. Well done this morning. It looked really good, and good luck for this evening.
Thank you very much. And tune in, I think, 8 o'clock tonight for the big final.
Indeed. It might be slightly earlier for the rest of the finals, but what a great character Charlie Hutchison is, and hopefully he's going to do a great swim this evening. Here we have the final 25 from Max Litchfield. And he looks like he's turned off the gas a little bit here. He was going pretty quickly. Charlie Hutchison just went 4:20 to win that previous heat, 4:17. So he's done well, but who's got the dog? Loving that as a line from Charlie Hutchison.
Yeah, I've never heard that before, who's got the dog. But great swim from Max. You know, I had to pick up there. His breaststroke was phenomenal. I know Charlie just said he's very good at breaststroke. But, you know, I noticed how long he was underwater. Again, I know we're bringing it up a lot, but like Abby and Freya and the others that we've talked about today, you've got to go through the water like a pencil, you know, to create less drag. It's looking great, honestly. Now, this is the results of the men's 400 IM Heat 8. So winner, Max Litchfield, phenomenal time. Going in tonight first, George Smith second, and William Riley in third.
So we'll get the qualifiers for the final in a second. That is the final heat of the men's 4 IM, and Max Litchfield, a brilliant medley swimmer, British record holder, Commonwealth record holder for a good long time. I think he might still have that, actually. So Litchfield goes in fastest, Hutchison second. And those two guys, well, Hutchison wants to have a crack at Litchfield. That's great to see. Riley's made it in as well from that last heat. So it's Litchfield, Hutchison, Smith, Annis, Froggatt, Allison, Marcel Whittles and Riley. Evan Davison just missing out. Just a second outside the final there. But there is a B final. There's a junior final as well this evening, as well as the para finals. So plenty of opportunities to have another swim, an evening swim. And well, what a character he is, Charlie Hutchison. Who's got the dog? I've written that down. We're going to get that in the commentary this evening. It's great to see how confident he was, and he's changed programs, changed the way he's been training. And that would be a massive drop if he can, but why not? 4:11.9 is the cut. And if you come first in under that time, you will be on the plane. If you come second in under that time, it's highly likely you'll go, but you will be in consideration for the team because the selectors will be deciding. They can only take a team of 30. So here we go. Next event up is the women's 100 metres backstroke. Kathleen Dawson's here. And the British record set back in Budapest 2021, 58.08. Kathleen, of course, British record holder and Olympic champion on the lead-off leg for that mixed 4x100 medley relay in Tokyo. And Paul Noble joins us. A lot of para-athletes in this first event of the women's 100 backstroke.
Yeah, can I say, Andy, if you're going to get guests up here, can you tell them to dry off first? I mean, the wet seat that Charlie Hutchison, these headphones are soaking wet as well. I'm getting wet ears.
I tell you what, it was talking some trash against having a go at Max Litchfield. It's going to be a cracking final tonight. That.
Just tell them to towel off if you're getting guests in after the races, please. Anyway, para swimmers in these first couple of heats, almost exclusively para swimmers, but just one non-para swimmer in the heat number 2. Well, let's see what we can get here. Lily Rice in lane number 2 is an S8 swimmer. Evie Lambert and Brooklyn Hale both in the S9 class. First time we've seen the visually impaired swimmers, so we've got Rebecca Hardy-Bishop, a visually impaired swimmer in the S12 class, a swimmer with partial vision. And the swimmers, we have no vision at all. It's the 2 Humphreys twins, Scarlett Humphrey and Eliza Humphrey. They swim in the S11 classification, and well, they've been real stars for the GB team, the Humphreys twins, over the last few years. Scarlett Humphrey's the British record holder, but she's going to have to go much faster than the British record holder, British record time, if she is going to qualify or make a qualifying standard for that Singapore World Championship.
Paul, how have they set the qualification standards? Because faster than the British record seems almost unfair, but I guess they've got to have a relatively small team?
Yeah, it's based on international standards. So we have some swimmers from Great Britain who are top of the world. The Humphrey sisters, they were finalists in the Paralympic Games in Paris, but they're not challenging for the medal positions just yet. But they're getting there. They are absolutely getting there. Brooklyn Hale off to a good start here with that yellow cap. Saw her warming up yesterday, actually, in training. She looked in good shape. And let's see what kind of time that she can post here. The youngster, a 1:19 entry time. She's improved that to 1:18. Well done, Brooklyn Hale. Rebecca Hardy-Bishop in second in 1:19.36. Evie Lambert, 1:19.41. And that's Scarlett Humphrey. And ahead of her twin sister, 1:22.49, just outside the British record time.
Oh, great swim, and for those of us slightly less initiated in the art of para swimming, the guys with the sticks behind those tappers, fascinating to see.
That's the S11 classifications, the 2 Humphrey sisters. They're wearing blacked out goggles there. They're not able to see, so they're using the tapping sticks at the end of the pool for the turns and for the finish as well. And before this result can be made official, the blacked out goggles have to be checked by the officials. So just to make sure they are indeed blacked out. There's the Humphreys twins. Great characters. It's great to have them in the GB team at Paris. They both made it. They were absolutely delighted to both make it. Scarlett Humphrey's the British record holder in this one. She made a few finals in the Paris Paralympic Games, and Eliza Humphrey as well, also a finalist in the IM and the 400 freestyle. That'll be the target for her, whereas Scarlett probably favours the shorter distances as well. We're not going to get the times in the heats, so we'll get that in the summary at the end of these heats. There is a para final tonight. Brooklyn Hale first to the wall, 1:18.1. Rebecca Hardy-Bishop in second, just ahead of Evie Lambert. Progression to the final will be based on points, of course, and I would expect the Scarlett Humphrey probably to be closer to the world record mark, which the points are based on, than anyone else in that first field. So we have the second heat, which is not quite filled with para swimmers. We have Kate Schillinger from Winsford, is a non-para swimmer. She goes in the middle lane, but Alice Ty, very much the favourite for this one. Alice Ty is the world record holder in lane number 3. She set that world record right here in London in the 2019 World Para Swimming Championships. And she is looking for a qualification standard of 1:18.75. So well within the capabilities of Alice Ty in lane number 3. Non-para swimmer Kate Schillinger will lead them out, and she's followed by Georgia Sheffield as well. Georgia Sheffield had a very good swim in the 200 heats yesterday, and she is looking for a qualification time for Singapore for the S14 class of 107.01. So Georgia Sheffield might just fancy her chances here. She's a World Championship bronze medalist, and Sheffield has gone out very fast. Ty in 3rd place, and she should be under that qualification standard as well. We'll try and tie that up as the swimmers approach the wall. All different classifications, of course. 1 to 10, those with physical impairments. 11 to 13, those with visual impairments. And Georgia Sheffield in the S14 class, those with an intellectual impairment. But here comes Schillinger, the non-para swimmer, and it's a good time for her. Let's have a look at Georgia Sheffield. 108.06 for her, just outside that qualification standard. But Alice Ty into the wall in 1:12.91, and that will be good enough for Alice Ty to get inside her qualification standard. 1:12.91 for the world record holder, so that's good stuff for Alice Ty. Well, she set that world record when she still had 2 legs. She had an amputation. There's been a documentary about Alice and her amputation. Chose to have her leg amputated because of the pain she was suffering back in the day. And there is the result. The non-para swimmer leads the way in that heat, 104.78. Georgia Sheffield will be hoping to drop another 2nd tonight in the final to make that qualification standard. Amber Haycock had a good swim in 3rd. But Alice Ty inside that qualification standard, so that is good news for Alice Ty, and she makes the 3rd para swimmer to be inside those qualification standards for Singapore. Well, one more para swimmer to come, and that's Poppy Maskell, the Paralympic champion, but she goes in heat number 6, so a little bit longer to wait for the next para swimmer.
Well, a little bit to wait for the para swimmers, but straight into heat 3 of this women's 100 metres backstroke. And Nicole Maynard of Basildon Phoenix in lane number 4, the fastest seed, with Chloe Harris of Edinburgh University in 5, Eve Whitney of Tilehurst SC in 6. So heat 3 of women's 100 metres backstroke, and the seed times here all within 3/100ths of a second, 3/10ths of a second of each other. 65.7 to 66 flat, and a good start right in up there in lane number 3, I think it is. That's Gina Warrior of City of Bradford, just one up from those yellow lanes, and the orange hat in lane number 4, that's Nicole Maynard. Lane 5 had a cracking turn as well. Chloe Harris, wonderful turn she had.
Yeah, Evie Whitley had a very good first 50 of that backstroke there. She's powering through in this second 50. I'm looking forward to seeing what she can do on this breaststroke.
So Eve Whitley, you're right. Actually, it's final 5 metres of this 100 metres backstroke, and Eve Whitney of Tilehurst, very good second 50. I got my lanes 5 and 6 mixed up a little bit there, but Eve Whitney of Tilehurst wins it. Big smile on her face, 64.04 off a 65.7 lifetime best. Very good from her. Gina Warrior, 2nd from Bradford. 3rd from Exeter City was Erin Pearman, but 64.0, and she came back almost as fast as she went. That's amazing swim. 33.0 coming back, but a great swim there from Eve Whitney of Tilehurst.
Yeah, that was a great swim from Whitney. And apologies, Andy, you just heard me talk about breaststroke. My head was still in the 400 IM for a second. We're now on the 100 backstroke.
It's because we had 16 heats of the 4 AM. And we've been watching so many backstrokers going to breaststroke at this end. But that's a cracking swim. Really is. From Eve Whitney from Tilehurst, winning it in 64.0. Huge lifetime best from her. Gina Warrior in second place. Another massive lifetime best from her. And then Erin Pearman of Exeter City third, a 15-year-old. Here's the confirmation of the results, 64.04. Huge smile, huge lifetime best. What a swim. Connie Davis from Nottingham, fastest seed in this, the 4th heat of the women's 100 back. There's 10 heats in total, but we're rattling through them. We really are. Lucy Block in 3, Connie Davis in 4, Eloise Cole in 5, Jessica Hum in 6 of Rushmore Royals, Amy Jones in 7. No swimmer in lane 8. Lane 8 has withdrawn, so 9 of the 10 lanes being used, and a cracking start up there in lane number 2. Amara Addison of Norwich Swan. What a great start that was, the green hat up there, and she got maybe half a metre off the field.
Yeah, very great start. Also a great start here in lane number 9 from Hallie Harris. Very good first 50, 30.79.
Well, she had a very good second 25 there, Hallie Harris, didn't she? Because the best starter was definitely Amara Addison, but really good now. Can she hold on here?
I think she can hold on. She's looking really strong. She's looking smooth, and she looks as if she's actually pulling away from the rest of the girls. You know, there is a gap in a lane between her and the next swimmer, so she's kind of got clear water here.
Well, she had, but Eloise Cole charging back in 5 for Repton in the black hat in the centre, and it's all got very, very close. Look at that blanket finish. My word. Who got the touch there? Jessica Hum got it. Wow. Jessica Hum wins it by 8/100ths of a second from Amy Jones of Leatherhead. So Rushmore Royals over Leatherhead over University of Nottingham. So Hum over Jones over Davis. So close. 12/100ths of a second split the top 3. And the first 3 finishing under 65 seconds. Nobody seeded in faster than 65 and coming into these championships. So really good. In fact, equal 4th, 65.01. So that's a very fast heat indeed. Hum wins it from Jones 2nd, Davies 3rd, and then equal 4th, Block and Cole. God, already heat 5 of this women's 100 metres backstroke. Amy Shields of Edinburgh University, the fastest seed. Evelyn Hallisey of Newcastle swim team in 5. Huggins of Bournemouth in 6. Stead of Swansea in 7. So the first 30 metres here of this heat 5 of the women's 100 metres backstroke, right in the centre in lane number 4. It's Amy Shields of Edinburgh University. Gone off pretty quickly up there in lane 1 as well. Isabel Price of City of Birmingham. So these two, it's in lanes 1 and, well, it looks like 4, isn't it? Amy Shields. Amy Shields in 4, looking very strong down this third 25. Break the race up into 25s, and she's going well down the third one. Now entering the fourth 25.
Yeah, Amy Shields, she's really coming through strong here. She's looking great. Evelyn Hallisey is really pushing her as well. It's going to be a close one between them two.
Certainly is. Hallisey in the red suit and the black hat in lane 5, finishing the faster of the two. I think she has won it. 64.44. So off a 64.9 entry time, half a second lifetime best from her. And the Newcastle swim team swimmer, well done. Go on, give us a smile. Half-second lifetime best at the National Championships. Well done. No smiles. What's the story there? Did you used to smile?
I used to be beaming.
You
If I
did.
0.1 of a second PB in a 1500, I'd be beaming.
Yeah, well, we need to coaches, we need a little bit of smile action practice in training if we can. Evelyn Hallisey of Newcastle wins it, lifetime best by half a second, 104.44. Shields 104.77 in second, and Monday third, just over the 65 seconds, 65.11. And another quick quick heat. Heat 6 already, over halfway through in this, the women's 100 metres backstroke. And in lane 2, look at that, Poppy Maskell, Paralympic champion in this 100 metres backstroke. She's going in lane 2. The fastest seed in lane 4 is Hannah Murphy. So Poppy Maskell is an S14 swimmer, the only para athlete in this heat 6 of the women's 100 backstroke. 18 para athletes can be selected from this meet, and 6 more from a meet in the summer. 24 in total. So we'll watch Poppy Maskell up there in lane 2 very closely, but expect Hannah Murphy from Royal Tunbridge Wells to be, as the fastest seed, a little bit quicker. Not an awful lot, I have to say. There's only 0.2 of a second on entry times here. Also going well is Sophie Moore in that light blue hat of the City of Cambridge in lane number 5.
Yeah, I was just about to say about Sophie now. She's really charging down this first 50. She's going in strong to the first turn, and the stronger you go into the turn, the stronger you can come out. So she's already got a good start onto the second length of this 100 backstroke.
Sophie Moore first to turn in 30.75 and had a good turn as well. High quality underwaters. Now coming into this fourth phase now, into this 4:25. Got to hold on, got to get your head back, get your body nice and flat.
Evangeline Pierce is really coming through strong here as well. She's having a great second 50 in the outside lane in lane 9.
She certainly is closest to us in that orange hat from Basildon and Phoenix. They've had a good session this morning. It's going to be very close between her and lane 5, Sophie Moore, who get the touch. Moore gets it just from lane 1. Darcy Smith, actually, Darcy Smith third. Second was Evangeline Pierce, and she's delighted. Well done. Well, 63.25. That's a full 1.2 second lifetime best for Sophie Moore of Cambridge. And there's the Basildon swimmer. And Poppy Maskell, just give you an update from her. Poppy Maskell finishing in 10th place, so 68.2. That'll get her through, I think, to the para final this evening. We'll have to wait and see. But the S14 Olympic champion in this event for the S14's Paralympic champion. So Sophie Moore wins it, from Pearson second, Smith third, Freeman fourth, and Poppy Maskell, I think, will be making it through to that final for the paras.
This is Heat 7.
Heat 7, women's 100 metres backstroke. Fastest seed, Vanessa Sinamanova from City of Peterborough. Sinamanova is the fastest seed with a 64.03. Lisa Mainwaring of Glasgow in 5. Sophie Weston in 6. In 3, it's Liptrot of Wigan. Matthews in 2. Anna Green of Edinburgh in 1. Heat 7, last of the uncycle seeded heats. In this, the women's 100 metres backstroke. Great start in 5 from Melissa Mainwaring of City of Glasgow. That's that light blue hat, the medium blue hat right in the centre. Had a strong first 30.
Yeah, very strong. She's looking great. All these girls in a line going up to the first turn here. Let's see how they come out of this turn. Good turn there by lane 5, Mainwaring. Straight into that high stroke rate as well, which is exactly what you want going into this last length.
Some of these swimmers having a little bit of trouble swimming dead straight here. The roof is a little bit wonky, and to try and swim straight is not particularly easy. And so you don't really try and look at the ceiling. Try and look a little bit back towards your feet, or maybe at the lane line. Very good in 3 and 5 here, though. This is Liptrot in 3. And in 5, Mainwaring, these two, it looks like it might be Liptrot on the dive at the end. I think it is. Yes, it is. 63.28 for Isabel Liptrot of Wigan. 63.2 off a 64.1 entry time. 9/10 lifetime best from her. Mainwaring also very good indeed. 7/10 lifetime best. And Anna Green, actually, yes, Anna Green up in lane 1 was third, 63.6. So half a second underneath her entry time as well. It seems like those swimmers who are really attacking that final 25 going really well here at these championships.
Yeah, and it's the last 25 that you want to be good. The main thing is touching that wall first. And here is the result of the women's 100-metre backstroke heat 7. Liptrot first, Mainwaring second, and Anna Green in third.
All sub 64, the top 3. Very close finish as well. Look at that. 8/100 split the top 2. Heat 8, the first of the cycle-seeded heats, and Honey Osrin going in lane number 4. British champion on the 200 backstroke from last summer. Holly McGill in lane 5. This is going to be an interesting heat. It really is. It's going to start hotting up significantly from those 62s and 63s from the previous heat, 63s. It should be 60 points if Honey's right on it here. Season's best 62. 3 heats to go. This and 2 more. This is heat 8 of 10. Very good start in lane 3. Really good start. Looks like lane 2 has scratched. So nobody in lane number 2, but lane 3, Caitlin Ebbage of University of Stirling had the best start. Honey Osrin now starting to come through in 4.
Then 3 and 4 and 5 all looked as if they turned exactly the same time. There's 0.02 of a second separating Caitlin Ebbage, Honey Osrin and Holly McGill on that first 50. So it's all down to who's got the strongest second half of this race. It does look like Holly McGill is pulling through for first position.
Well, Holly McGill looks very strong. And look at this. We've been talking about finishing well. That last 25, lovely high still head, beautiful backstroke. And that final 25, superb from Holly McGill. McGill takes it, 61.21. From Honey Osrin second, 61.8. And then Caitlin Ebbage of University of Stirling third and 62.6. So it looks like to make the final, if you go sub 62, you've got a cracking chance of making it through. After that, we're going to have to wait and see. 62.6 coming third there. A little bit dangerous with 2 big heats still to come. Confirmation of the result then. McGill wins it from Osrin second, Ebbage third, and sub 62. I can't see another 6 going faster than that. Or another 7, actually, it would need to be, wouldn't it, for them, Honey Osrin, not to make the final. So I think job done, but going to have to wait and see. All done on time, so in theory you can have everyone making the final from 1 heat. Highly unlikely, but possible. Heat 9. Kathleen Dawson, Olympic champion, led off that mixed 4x100 medley relay in Tokyo to a world record time for the whole team. And what an amazing swim that was she had. There she is right in the centre. And because it's 2 men, 2 women, Britain decided to put a female backstroker on the first leg, and she swam against 2 men, the world record holder and the world champion. 2 different guys either side of her. She did a super job, Kathleen Dawson. She's in 4. Blythe Kinsman of Mount Kelly in 5, with Holly Willows, her teammate, in 6, and 5 and 6. Very good start in 5 from Blythe Kinsman. Excellent from her. So Dawson in 4, Kinsman in 5, Willows in 6. And it looks like it's Kinsman at the moment down the first 35.
Yeah, she's really pushing the first length, isn't she? Tell you something about Kathleen Dawson. In 2021, the World Championships were held in, the European Championships were held in Budapest. She won the final, so she was European champion. Something went wrong with the block in one of the other swimmers in another lane. They appealed, so they took the gold, and she had to get back in that day and win it again. So she's the only person in the world who has ever won the same title on the same day.
Twice. Remember commentating on that. I thought it was brutal. And unfortunately, the lady who got the silver medal on the first one had to go back and couldn't. She was a sprinter, couldn't do it. But this is very impressive indeed from lane 5, Blythe Ginsman. That's excellent. 61.21, job done from her. So first two sub 62, 62.35 is third. I think she's got a great chance of making it through. We'll have to wait and see. I think she's now 5th. That's Rebecca Sutton, but Kinsman wins it from Dawson 2nd and Sutton 3rd.
Waiting for the results here. The results for the women's 100-metre backstroke heat 9. Blythe Kingsman first, 2nd Kathleen Dawson, and 3rd from Swansea University Rebecca Sutton. Great swim, girls.
Well, 61.2. That's a good, solid swim. Job done. It's not knocking the lights out, but didn't need to in the heats here. I expect them to go pretty quickly in the final tonight. 60.7 is a lifetime best, so she's only half a second outside of a lifetime best. Kathleen Dawson's best is the British record. 58.0. Wow. Absolutely stunning. Had a really bad back injury. Had to take quite a long time out of the water, come back after that, and still getting back to her best, but she's enjoying it. And who's not to say that she's going to stick in a massive swim this evening. Well, with no Medley Harris, she's taking a year off after a very sad passing of her mother, and then the Olympic Games, of course. So she's taking a year off, and looking forward to commentating on her when she comes back at Commonwealth Games next year in Scotland. That's going to be great fun. Looking forward to seeing you there. So final heat of the women's 100 metres backstroke. Lauren Cox in 4, Katie Shanahan in 5, and 3 it's Naeem Ward. And Lauren Cox, well, she's the only swimmer in this field to have gone sub 60 seconds on the 100 backstroke. 59.6 is a lifetime best. Good start in lane number 7, though. Ella Justice of Mount Kelly, but it looks like Lauren Cox right in the centre. Very fast turnover. I wonder if she's spinning a little bit. It doesn't look like she's holding quite as much water as I expected her to.
Yeah, well, no, it's not surprising that Lauren Cox is going out very quick on this first 50. You know, in 2023, she was the world's bronze medalist in the 50-metre backstroke, so it is interesting to see how she has to double those meters. You know, there is a big difference between a 100 and a 50.
She's certainly one of the British athletes who's going to be delighted that the 50 metres backstroke is now an Olympic event in LA in 2028, being a bronze medalist at the Worlds. Coming back now very strongly on this second 50. Katie Shanahan in lane 5, one lane closer to us from those two leaders, and Shanahan's second 50 very good indeed. So Shanahan's going to take it. Let's see what she does. 60 point, yes it is. 60.66. Lauren Cox second, 61.7. And then third, Naeem Ward, 61.76. So very close for second and third. 61.11 and 61.76. 62.5 was fourth. I'm not sure if that's going to be good enough. It's going to be mighty tight.
And here's the result for the heat 10 of the women's 100-metre backstroke. So Katie Shanahan, fantastic second 50 to finish in first position, 1 minute 66. Lauren Cox, second position, 1:01.11. And Naeem Ward, Bath University, for third, 1:01.76.
So it'll be fascinating to see what has made the final here, because it's going to be mighty tight. 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. Of course, there is a B final, and there's the junior final and the para finals as well. Let's just see the qualifiers for the A final, the big final. Here we go. Shanahan goes in fastest with Lauren Cox, McGill, Kinsman, Dawson, Ward, Osrin and Sutton. Oh, and in the end, well, it was a decent distance. It was an 1800ths of a second she made it in by. So some quick swimming in that women's 100 metres backstroke. I expect quite a significant step up into the final. Wouldn't be too surprised if we see a 59 points in the finals this evening. Well, as you see the results of this women's 100 metres backstroke going through here. Swimmers 41 to 50 now on your screen. We'll be taking a short break of about 20 minutes, and then there'll be the heats of the women's 1500 metres freestyle. So join again for that.
He won on the women's 1500 metres freestyle at
And with 10 heats, I think there was 90 odd swimmers in at 92, 93, something like that, was there? Or was it 78? Got that wrong. There we go. So that's the end of this little session. 12:55. The next session starts for the heats of the women's 1500 meters freestyle. The slower heats, the final heats, of course, will be in the final session this evening. It's 12:55. So you've got a little bit of a break right now. You've got about just over 15 minutes to stick the kettle on and get a packet of biscuits out or whatever it is that you're going to do for your lunch, and come back and join us at 12:55 for the start of the 1500 meters freestyle heats.
So this is the first heat of the women's 1500 freestyle. 4 swimmers taking the start for this first heat. Freya Gordon from Hazelmere Swim Club in lane number 3. Furthest away from us as we look here from commentary position and your screen. Iris Hurst from Warrington Warriors goes in lane number 4, that yellow cap. Charlotte Johnson from Swansea University in 5, and Mia Hawkins, City of Birmingham, going in lane number 6. Well, there are 6 heats of this women's 1500 freestyle. Only 5 of the heats that we will see in this afternoon's session. The fastest heat of 1500. Those with the fastest entry times will go in this evening's session. So watch out for seeing the fast swimmers. Iris Hurst looks like she's off to an early lead. It's all very early stages, though. You see the lead markers of the officials as they come down to each of the end. Hopefully we'll get a shot of that. Tell us how many lengths to go. It's all pretty cagey in the early stages. These entry times for the swimmers ranging 1740 range, so 1748, 1749. Iris Hurst going through there in 2:13 at 0.94. We'll just keep an eye on the splits as we go through here. It's around about 109.5 there. So we'll just keep an eye, see if anyone's gaining ground. And we have coaches from Repton and Royal Wolverhampton to the coaches' pen as soon as possible, please. So coaches from Repton and Royal Wolverhampton to the coaches' pen as soon as possible. So everyone still in contention, you would say, in the early stages here. 6 of the 30 lengths gone. And 3:24.18. As the leader, Iris Hurst, is very close for the minor places there. Freya Gordon just in 2nd, Charlotte Johnson in 3rd, Mia Hawkins in 4th position. That's what we like to see, a nice close contest in this 1500. Might get a little bit elongated as the race goes on, but at the moment, this is a good battle, isn't it? Iris Hurst still with that handy lead. You can see the gap between Iris Hurst and the chasing pack. It's almost like 3 seconds. So keep an eye on that one as we go through. Coming down to the 400 mark now at the bottom end. Mia Hawkins just beginning to lose a little bit of pace now. She's the youngest swimmer in the field, City of Birmingham. And she's only 14 years of age. Only just turned 14, actually, at the end of March. Trying to keep pace with Freya Gordon and Charlotte Johnson ahead of her at 4:35.17. It's almost exactly 1:11 there for that last 100 from Iris Hurst. Iris Hurst, the youngest actually, the 2nd youngest in the field. Again, she was one with a March birthday as well. Only just turned 15. So a couple of young swimmers here. So 1/3 of the race gone in this first heat of the women's 1500 freestyle. Iris Hurst from Warrington Warriors leads the way of the 4 swimmers in this first heat. Being chased now by Charlotte Johnson, that green cap of Swansea University. But all 4 swimmers still very much in contention. 500 metres gone. They're coming down to the 600 mark and separated by, well, you can see there at that turn, just a couple of seconds. Not much in it at all. Iris Hurst has gone pretty well in the early stages, but things really haven't got stretched out at all between all the 4 swimmers. Freya Gordon trying to make a little bit of a move now. Hazelmere Swim Club. That's a nice head-on shot we were seeing of Iris Hurst. She's under the 7-minute mark at 600 metres, so pretty good performance so far. She's around about 1:11-ish. Coming down to the 650 now, and this is that's what we like to see. We like to see a close contest here in this 1500, and not even close to halfway yet. But Charlotte Johnson beginning to make a move. Different tactics, of course, will come through for these swimmers in the 1500 freestyle. Some of them will build through. Some of them will try and keep an even pace throughout the 1500. Some of them might just see them go from halfway, or maybe work different 500s of the stroke. Looks like what Charlotte Johnson is doing. She's pretty relaxed in the first 500, but she's picked up the pace now and she's gone ahead of Iris Hurst. Charlotte Johnson actually has the fastest lifetime best of all the swimmers in this heat. That lifetime best standing at 1740.66. The others are ranging 1744, 1748. So Charlotte Johnson, maybe the pre-race favourite, the oldest in this field, against the 3 teenagers. But it's very close indeed. Look at this. That's the halfway point now. And all the swimmers separated by less than 1.5 seconds. Mia Hawkins has done a great job, actually, in holding on to the leading 3. Thought she was getting a little bit detached a little bit early on, but she's still in 4th place, but very much in the mix. Charlotte Johnson hit the front, but she hasn't really stretched away at all. We're at the 800 mark now. .924.08. We'll just check the splits when we come down to this bottom end again. 14 lengths to go. 16 gone, so we're just into the second half of this one. And what a race this has been between these 4 swimmers. Freya Gordon still going well at the top there with that blue cap. Hazelmere Swim Club. Iris Hurst, the early leader, with the yellow cap of Warrington Warriors. Charlotte Johnson, the green cap of Swansea University. Mia Hawkins, the youngest in the field, City of Birmingham. Only just turned 14. She's right there with the older swimmers. Look at this. This is an incredible race here in this 1500. We're into the second half now. Coming down to the 900 mark, and it's the youngster trying to make a move. Mia Hawkins. Look at that. Separated by 7/100ths of a second at the 900 metre mark. 10:36.81. So we're talking about maybe 1/12s or so. So if I can do my maths, once we reach this 1,000-metre mark, if they're still going 1:12s, what's that? 6 minutes then onto that. So we should have a good idea of where we're standing when they get down to the bottom end the next time. Yeah, we're on somewhere around about the mid-1740s. So just about on pace with everyone in this field on the entry times. The entry times, of course, ranging, as I said, 17:48 and 17:49. So they're there or thereabouts, I think, if my maths is correct. But as they come down to the 1,000-metre mark, Mia Hawkins from City of Birmingham has taken up the running. The youngster, the 14-year-old swimmer, and the more experienced swimmers inside her. She's just dipped under the 1:12 there as they go to the 2/3 stage. Again, this has been a very good first heat. We've seen all morning, we've had some big improvements in entry times for a number of the heats. I think the 400 IM, we saw an improvement, both men and women, I think in every single heat until we got to the cyclically seeded heats. So it's been top quality here in London this week. Hawkins, though, is impressed here. She was obviously holding back in the early stages. I thought she was falling behind at some point, but no, she's right there and in the leads. Probably looking the stronger of all the swimmers. We'll just check the splits here, see what the gap is that she's opened up against the others. Charlotte Johnson and Freya Gordon now tussling for second position. But there's almost clear water between Hawkins and Johnson now. Almost 2 seconds is the gap. So Hawkins, high stroke rate. She keep this going. Trying to get the oxygen in as they go down. 7 lengths to go now, as you can see from the lane markers at the end of the pool. So we're really into tough territory here for these swimmers. Freya Gordon beginning to come through as well with that blue cap, but still Mia Hawkins probably just the fastest in the pool at the moment and just beginning to stretch away from the others. Well done, Mia Hawkins. It's been a good swim so far. 6 lengths to go when they hit this bottom mark. This is the 1200. They've gone through in 14:11.78. Again, we're looking just under the 1:12 mark. So this has been a great last 500 from Hawkins. I say last 500, I suppose. She hit the front probably just before the 1,000-metre mark, maybe preempting things a little bit. It's all very close for second, isn't it? Between the three swimmers, Charlotte Johnson, Iris Hurst, Freya Gordon, all in a row. But Mia Hawkins has swum this very well indeed. Let's hope she can keep that pace going into the finish. I wonder if all of them might be on for best times here. Difficult to tell. Certainly looking like they're going to be inside their entry times, but still a little bit left to go. We come down to the 1,300-metre mark. Hawkins certainly had the tactics, and it's worked in this heat so far. .23.94. Gap is now almost 3 seconds ahead of Charlotte Johnson. There's only 3/100ths ahead of Freya Gordon. Only half a second ahead of Iris Hurst there with that yellow cap in the middle of those chasing three. And the young swimmer is looking very good. There's the yellow cap of Iris Hurst, right in the centre. She was the early leader. Hawkins, though, under the 16-minute mark at that top end. So 17:49.63 is the entry time. She'll come down now. 2 lengths to go. She'll hear the welcome sound of the bell. And that will give the swimmers, always seems to give the swimmers a little bit of encouragement at the end there. Hawkins has gone over 16:35. Again, we're still in the 1:11 range. She comes back in a 1:11. She's going to do a lifetime best of around about 4 seconds. Freya Gordon finishing well from Hazelmere in the blue cap. A real tussle for third. But Mia Hawkins, the young swimmer, the youngest in this field. I think maybe the youngest in the entire field of this 1500 freestyle for all the heats. Has swum this extremely well. And Mia Hawkins coming in now to the last half length. Let's hope we get some encouragement for Mia Hawkins in this final stages now of this 1500 freestyle. Her entry time, her lifetime best is 17:49.63, and she's going to be well inside that. The young swimmer has smashed her lifetime best, 17:45.28. Well done, Mia Hawkins. Freya Gordon with a good finish in 17:49. But the young swimmer, Mia Hawkins, well, I'd be a little bit disappointed with that one, but not sure why, because that seemed to be an excellent swim. She swam that really well. She had the tactics just right. Around about 500 metres to go, she went ahead of the field and she was able to hold on for that 17:45.28. Result of that heat 1 is confirmed. Mia Hawkins from City of Birmingham takes it ahead of Freya Gordon. Charlotte Johnson in third, just ahead of Iris Hurst. Next heat is heat number 2. Swimmers underway for heat 2 of the 5 heats this afternoon of this women's 1500 freestyle. Phoebe Adams from Northampton goes at the top of the pool there, in lane 0. Freya Jones from Nova Centurion in lane number 1. Olivia Sheehan from University of Birmingham, she goes in at lane number 2. Emily Toms from Crawley will go in lane 3. Evelyn Hallisey of Newcastle swim team goes in 4. Ella Smith, Northumberland and Durham Performance. Off to a good start. She goes out in lane number 5. Lucy Matthews from City of Coventry. 1 lane down from her in lane 6. Katie Otterson from Newcastle Swim Team goes in 7. Elizabeth Warner, City of Leeds, in 8. And Amber Hinton from Dumfries will complete the lineup for this second heat. She goes in lane number 9. 2 younger swimmers closest to us in 8 and 9. It's 15 years of age this year. Both of them not turned 15 yet, but I was born 2010, so they're the 2 youngest swimmers in this one. Leading swimmer is Ella Smith. She is 16 years of age. She's gone off to a good start. Well, it's almost the opposite we saw in that first heat. It was all very cagey, all very close in the early stages. It's all got very spread out in the very early stages here. Smith, Otterson and Warner. It's almost a north of England battle if you count City of Leeds, north of England, Northumberland and Durham and Newcastle. Smith gone over 3:23.28. Well, entry times for this heat, Ella Smith, entry time 17:44.71. The slowest entry time 17:47. So, you know, not much separating all the swimmers in this heat. They are slightly faster than that previous heat. We saw a good finish though from Mia Hawkins. Kind of up the pace in the last 500 or so. So just keep an eye on where they are sitting in terms of that. They can match that time from the first heat and be there or thereabouts on that mid 1740 mark. Closing up a little bit there. At the 400, Otterson given the touch there. Warner and Smith right there. Coming down to the 1/3 stage when they reach this bottom end again. Otterson and Warner seem to be pacing each other very well in those 2 lanes next to each other, 7 and 8. See what kind of pace they are going when they get to this 500 mark. .45.65. Otterson in second. Hallisey's now come through into third ahead of Smith. It's the 500 mark going. Warner still edging it there. City of Leeds swimmer, yellow cap. see if the gap's extended at all. Hallisey there, and that's yellow marked lanes, now clearly in third position, leading two. Just 0.2 of a second between them. Further second and a half back is Hallisey. Hinton's now moved through into fourth position. Amber Hinton right down at the bottom. A lot of the action taking place right closest to us here. Amber Hinton coming through into fourth position now. Walterson just making a little bit of a move now, trying to get away from Warner. Come down to the 700 metre mark. Hallisey looking good in the middle. As they hit this bottom end, Hallisey probably the fastest in the pool, 34.7 for that last 50 split. Amber Hinton next best at 35.2. To Amber Hinton right down there at the bottom, blue cap of Dumfries ASC. Coming back into contention, that's the halfway point coming up now. Newcastle swim team dominating this one at the moment. Warner still in third, but Amber Hinton closing fast. Took another second almost out of the City of Leeds swimmer. Much faster than the previous heat. So we could be looking for something around about the 17:40 mark, which would be an excellent performance from any of the swimmers here in this heat. The entry times all in the 17:43 to 17:47. So certainly, certainly the two swimmers at the front of the field. Looking good to be inside those times, and two swimmers maybe down at the bottom there might have a chance as well, dipping under their entry times. Hinton's moved through into third, clearly. She is closing on the leading two. She was half a second faster on that previous 50, so Amber Hinton giving chase to the two Newcastle swim team members ahead of her. They've still got a bit of an advantage, but, well, still a long way to go. stroke for stroke for the two Newcastle swimmers at the 1,000 metre mark. 2/3 of the race gone. Otterson leads Hallisey, Amber Hinton, Elizabeth Warner, Phoebe Adams, Olivia Sheehan, Lucy Matthews, Ella Smith, Emily Toms and Freya Jones. That's the order of the swimmers as they go into the last third of this race. And as you can see, it's very stretched out. Otterson around about half a second lead now over Hallisey. Amber Hinton still the fastest in the pool, still half a second faster than Katie Otterson in that previous 50. So Hinton closing all the time. Still with 400 to go when they get to this bottom end. Previous heat, which was almost on a par with the entry times of these swimmers, went through this stage in 12:59, so 12:51.64 kind of shows you that we're on for a good swim here under the 17:40 mark, I would think, at this stage. Amber Hinton now moved through into second. Otterson still leads, she's gone ahead of her teammate. Hallisey with Warner still in fourth position. Was leading three, going ahead of the others. Another close tussle for fourth, just going over at the turn there. Down to the 1200 now. Let's see if Amber Hinton has closed again on Katie Otterson. It's very close at the front. This could be up for a real storming finish. Maybe Otterson might have just extended the lead there. Yeah, just by 0.3 of a second. So Otterson goes through. 14:02. Still around about 10 seconds or so faster than that previous heat. So we're looking for somewhere in the 17:30 mark, I think. It should be an excellent time for these leading swimmers. 17:40, 17:47 for Katie Otterson, the entry time, and 17:47 also for Amber Hinton. So I wonder if Otterson just beginning to put the pressure on now. Probably be aware of Amber Hinton. A couple of lanes across. Olivia Sheehan also going well, and Phoebe Adams as well, right at the top. They're pulling themselves through the field, trying to make up positions here. But into the 1300 range, Otterson and Hinton, they look like they're going to be the top two in this one as they come to the closing stages. I wonder what Amber Hinton's got left. I wonder if she can challenge Katie Otterson in those last 200 metres. Amber Hinton, the GB Summer Champ. She was fourth place in the 1500 freestyle for her age group, 13-14. I know that she's got some strength over the long distances. I wonder if it's just closing up now. We'll take the bell as they get down to the bottom end. And there's not much in it at all. Amber Hinton just closing up by about half a second here. Still a good tussle for third place. Evelyn Hallisey still holding on. Holding off the challenge of Phoebe Adams right at the top there from Northampton. And they're going to take the bell here at the bottom. Has Katie Otterson done enough? Has Amber Hinton got anything left in the tank for this last 100? They will both hear the bell. Who's got the strength now to take this one? It's both going to be very good times, that's for sure. Certainly going to be in the 17:30 range, I would say. Who's going to take it though? Is it going to be Otterson? Is it going to be Hinton? Otterson was ahead in the early stages, but Hinton, she's still got some strength now left. So we saw an improvement in the entry time in the first heat. I think we're going to get one in the second heat as well. Certainly for these two swimmers. Evelyn Hallisey now been overtaken by Phoebe Adams, who's finished very well, the Northampton swimmer, in the second half of this 1500. But coming down, let's give them some encouragement as they come into the closing stages now of this 1500. It's going to be two excellent times, but who's going to get the touch? Is it going to be Amber Hinton, who's coming back all the time on Katie Otterson? It's going to be a very close finish indeed. Look at this. Into the wall, and Otterson stretches and gets it by 0.2 of a second ahead of Amber Hinton. But those are two incredibly quick times. They'll be delighted with those. 17:31 for both those swimmers. And it is Phoebe Adams in third place, right at the top. A good second half of the race for Phoebe Adams, 17:40. That's a good time for her. She'll be pleased with that one. Olivia Sheehan, 17:45. And Evelyn Hallisey, 17:45 as well. So Olivia Sheehan inside her best time as well. Evelyn Hallisey just outside, but not by much. Well done, Katie Otterson. And well done, Amber Hinton. They had a good head-to-head battle there, both pushing each other through to excellent times. There is the result of heat number 2. Katie Otterson takes it ahead of Amber Hinton and Phoebe Adams. That was it. Finish of heat number 2. Coming up next is heat number 3.
Third heat of the women's 1500 metres freestyle here at the Aquatics GB Swimming Championships of 2025. In 0 it's Darcy Smith for Portsmouth North Sea. Evie Hands for Mount Kelly is in lane 1. Isla Roberts for Hackney goes in 2. Amelia Fenner for Basildon and Phoenix in 3. 4 is Hannah Sterry for Tigers Jersey. In 5, Phoebe Lawton for the City of Coventry. 6 is Rihanna Foster for Kingston upon Hull. 7, Lauren Lilly for the City of Leeds. 8 is Nadia Olzeska for Barnet Coptal. And 9 is Kate Roberts for the City of Liverpool. First 250 metres led by Lawton of the City of Coventry in lane 5. The 15-year-old came 8th in the 1500 free at the British Summer Championships back in July. Actually yet to have her 15th birthday, so 14 as of today. 300 metre turn coming up now, and it will actually be Evie Hands up in lane 1 who turns first. 17-year-old from Mount Kelly splits free 22.5. And 400 metres complete. Hands hardly separated from Lawton. In fact, the difference between them is only 36/100ths. Which in sprint swimming might seem like a significant margin, but in 1500 racing is an absolutely tiny amount. And starting to pull ever so slightly in front now. 5:07.62 on that split. Almost half a second clear of Lawton at the moment. And it changes again. Lawton now back in front in the centre, 5:42.9. With Evie Hands going 5:43.0. Still hardly anything between the two swimmers, but Lawton, with a third of the racing complete, has taken the lead back from Evie Hands. Lawton has found something else in this 100 metres. Per 50, she's splitting the best part of a second quicker than Evie Hands. So that's the 600 metre turn. And it's still so close. .3 of a second separating the two leaders. Elsewhere in the pool, in third at the moment, seems to be lane 8, Nadia Olzeska of Barnet Kopsel. She's 15 years of age. Or again, in exactly the same position as Phoebe Lawton, yet to have her birthday, so 14 as of today. Olzeska trails the leaders by just over 3 seconds at the moment. 0.2 of a second exactly between Lawton and Hans on that 700-meter turn. This is a proper cat and mouse race between the leaders of Heat 3. Important turn coming up because the 750-meter mark is halfway, and it'll give us a good idea of the kind of times we might be expecting from these swimmers. So at halfway, it is Lawton in the lead, 8:39.49. So we're thinking around the 17:20 mark. Sub 17:30 would be excellent for any of the swimmers in this heat. All of their lifetime bests are shy of that 17:30. And the gap, I think that's the closest it's been yet. From 2/10 down to 4/100ths of a second between Hans and Lawton on the 800-meter turn. They do seem to be breathing towards each other, with Lawton breathing to her left and Hans breathing to her right. It means that on this 50, they see each other. When they go back down the pool, they're then breathing against each other. So they get 50 meters as they head towards the scoreboard end, where they can see exactly where the other is, and then as they turn and come back, they're blind for a 50 before heading back round and getting a gauge of the other's pace again. Look at Hans starting to pull forward ever so slightly now, and might take the turn first at 900 meters. Does take the turn first, and that's the biggest gap I think we've seen between the two. 10:25.75 to 10:26.51, so 0.76 of a second between Lawton and Hans. And keep lane 8 in mind when thinking of a winner for this heat too. Nadia Olszewska is not out of this group yet. Still less than a second between the two leaders, and still in favour of Evie Hans of Mount Kelly. 2/3 of this third heat of the 1500 will be completed at this turn. This is the 1,000-meter turn. And Olszewska is just biding her time. She's ever so slightly quicker than Hans and Lawton per 50. As I said 100 meters ago, you really cannot rule her out. We're back to being so close. 12:47.49 to 12:47.72. Less than a quarter of a second between the two leaders. And Olszewska is now less than a second behind the leader. So the top three just over, actually, a second between the top three. Now we're into the final few lengths of this third heat of the women's 1500 meters freestyle. Phoebe Lawton, one of the youngest of the three swimmers here, not quite actually. Olzeska is just about the youngest. Olzeska still in third place, but could definitely be in with a shot here. There'll be 200 meters left to go off this next turn. And however this race ends up, it has been a fascinating one to watch. Phoebe Lawton is in the lead. Nadia Olzeska is now in second place, as Evie Hans drops into third. Less than 200 meters to go now. Target time for these is sub 17:30. Under 17:35 would be a PB, but I think based on how they were looking at the midway point, under 17:30 is realistic. Lawton has notably increased the pace now in the centre and is taking Nadia Olzeska with her as the bells ring to signify 2 more lengths of this 1500 metre race to go. There's still less than a second between Lawton and Olzeska. I don't think at any stage of this race has there been more than a second between first and second place. And Olzeska is still not out of this race by any stretch. Last 50 metres. Phoebe Lawton is ahead, 16:53.27, half a second ahead of Olzeska. Olzeska would have to work really hard down this final 50. And London give them a little bit of encouragement as they come into the final 15 metres of this 1500. They've swum an awful long way, and it's been an exciting race to watch, that's for sure. Lane 5 will take it in the end. Phoebe Lawton is the victor. 17:26.23 for Phoebe Lawton. See, I said the target was under 17:30. All three of them have done just that. 17:26.23 for Lawton to take the win. Evie Hans takes second in 17:27.01. So even on the finish, there was less than a second between first and second. And Hans did really well to get herself back inside that top 2, especially whilst under threat from Nadia Olzeska. Exactly a second between the top 3 swimmers in the third heat of the women's 1500 metres freestyle. as Amelia Fenner comes into the wall to round off that heat. And there's the result of the third heat, the women's 1500 metres freestyle. Lawton at the top, Hans second, Olzeska third, and exactly 1 second between those top three. This is heat 4.
Take your marks.
4th heat, the women's 1500 metres freestyle. Jasmine Hall of Basildon and Phoenix is in lane 0. In 1, it's Maisie Dickinson for Wickham District. Alan McKay of Bolton Metros in 2. 3, Talia Staines for Northumberland and Durham Performance. Her teammate Alice Forrest goes in lane 4. 5 is Emily Johnson for Millfield. 6 is Evangeline Stacey for the City of Leeds. 7, Amy Kenworthy of Winsford. 8 is Charlotte Surrell for the City of Birmingham. 9 is Sedona Reid for the City of Leeds. Forrest leads through the first 200 metres, turning there in 2:09.55. The 15-year-old took a bronze medal in both the 8 and the 1500 freestyle at the Summer Championships back in July. Took 16th place in the A&F here last year. I'm sure we'll be looking to improve on that performance. Lifetime best for her is 17:24. Fastest times we've seen so far were in the previous heat, 17:26. Staines is in second at the moment, with Surrell sitting in 3rd place. 400 metres complete for Alice Forrest in 4:26. Has a considerable lead over Charlotte Searle, almost 4 seconds of a lead. In fact, Searle was the 17 years 10th place swimmer at the British Summer Championships in the 800 and the 1500, as well as the 400 medley. Already almost a third of this 4 feet complete, and will be complete as soon as Forrest takes this next turn. .500 meters done. 5:35.9 to 5:39.2. Of course, there are no finals in the 1500 freestyle. Instead, the race is decided based on heat declared winners. So anyone in these heats is potentially eligible for a medal. It very rarely happens, although it has been known to that someone from the earlier heats can make it through to a final, or make it through rather to a medal. In the fastest heat, we'll see favourite Emily Bloxage go head-to-head with Fleur Lewis. The distance battle that we always get treated to, it seems, at these events. That race will go just after 7 o'clock tonight, so make sure you're either here at the London Aquatics Centre, which of course is the best place to be. If you can't make it, of course, all of the coverage being taken for the final sessions on BBC iPlayer. Yeah, the show starts at 6:45. 7 o'clock for the first finals, and the women's 1500 will be pretty soon after the start. Halfway turn for Alice Forrest in 8:28.43. Well, with a split like that, she is on for a cracking time here. 8:28 is sub-17-minute territory. So provided she can maintain this pace the whole way through, could be in for an excellent swim in the centre here. Charlotte Searle is in second place at the moment, down in lane 8, and Talia Staines in third. The leaders all fairly spaced out, and seems very unlikely that anyone will catch the leader, Alice Forrest, who is now so far in front. Not completely out of the question. The lead around the 5-metre mark at the moment. But certainly these two swimmers out in front going very well. This is the 1,000-metre turn for Alice Forrest. 11:24.44. Searle 11:28.04. So just under 4 seconds between Forrest and Searle at the moment. Last 300 metres for the leaders of this 4 feet of the women's 1,500 metres free, and Alice Forrest is still in the lead. Charlotte Searle of the City of Birmingham is still in second place. And Talia Staines catching up to the two swimmers that had taken this lead. There's now 3 possibly in contention for winning the heat. It does look pretty strong for Alice Forrest, though. I'm not sure I can really see a scenario where she's not able to hold on now for the last 220 odd metres. Just seemed to really controlled and evenly paced swim from the 16-year-old in the centre. Fastest that Alice Forrest has ever gone before, 17:24.00. She's got just over 100 metres left to swim. I said she was in 17-minute territory. I think she's going to be a little bit over the 17-minute mark, but definitely stands a really good chance of being inside her lifetime best of 17:24. The bells ring to indicate to the swimmers that they have 2 lengths left to swim, just 100 metres to go. Alice Forrest takes that bell first. And Forrest now on the final 50. Well, she's led the entirety of this race. And after the first third, she's maintained a lead of 4+ seconds. And it's going to be similar to that on the finish as well. Lifetime best, as I said, was 17:24. She's going to be a long, long way inside 17:24 as she takes the touch there in 17:11.80. Searle is second in 17:15.79, and Talia Staines at 17:18.62. That'll be lifetime best for all of the top 3. Amy Kenworthy fourth in 17:26.12. Just Evangeline Stacey and Emily Johnson to come through in lanes 6 and 5. And also Eleanor Kay in lane 2, as well as Sedona Reed in lane 9. As they take the wall to round off this 4 feet of the women's 1500 metres freestyle.
Thank you, swimmers. Please clear the pool by the sides.
That's the result for the women's 1500 metres freestyle. Talia Staines goes 17:18.62. Searle 17:15.79. Forrest goes 17:11.80. PBs for all the swimmers in the top 3 there.
Swimmers at the blocks, can you just relax for a minute, please? Thank you.
This is Heat 5.
Thank you, swimmers. We're ready to start. Take your marks.
Fifth heat of the women's 1500 metres freestyle. Peyton Chesters for the City of Liverpool is in 0. Isabel Hall for the City of Leeds is in 1. Phillida Britton for Ealing in 2. Grace Cummings for Thanet in 3. Emily Forward for Swansea University goes in 4. 5 is Emma Price for Northumberland and Durham Performance. In 6, Jessica Arundale for the University of Bath. In 7, Kerry Henney for the City of Liverpool. And in lane 8, it's Evangeline Belt for Plymouth College Aquatics. Leading things at the moment seems to be Grace Cummings in lane 3, as well as Emma Price in 5. Price and Cummings turn almost identically together. 2:12.17 to 2:12.37. 0.2 of a second between Price and Cummings. Emma Price of Northumberland and Durham Performance placed 4th in the 1500 freestyle at the British Summer Championships back in July. She also took 9th place in the 400 free as well as the 400 IM. And she was here at the Olympic trials last year as well, where she came 15th in the 800 free and 12th in the 1500, as well as a 4th place finish in the junior 400 IM final. 500-metre turn coming up now for Emma Price of N&D DP. $5:36.80 for Price on that turn. And the winner of the last heat, a teammate of Emma Price, also worth mentioning. It seems that a successful distance programme underway at Northumberland and Durham Performance. Price leads now at the 550 mark by over 3 seconds. Emma Price continuing to lead through the first half of this 1500 metres, about to take the halfway turn. I think they'll actually take it slower than we saw the halfway turn in the previous heat. That was at 8:28. So it might be just underneath 8:28, 8:27 for Price to turn at halfway. Now, as I said then, with a time like that, it is possible to go under 17. You've got to be able to come back at the same pace that you've gone out. So if Emma Price is seeking to go as close to the 17-minute mark as possible, she's going to have to go as fast as she has gone out on the second 750 metres. Second at the minute is pretty tight between Kerry Henney in 7 and Philida Britton in lane 2. But no doubt at all about the leader as things stand. through the 1,000-metre mark. 7 lengths for these swimmers to go. Philippa Britton has taken the second place spot from Kerry Henney, who held it before. But Forward continuing to lead. Last 200 metres at this turn for all of our athletes, as Emily Forward leads them into the 26th turn. Last bell of the session about to be taken by Emma Price in lane 5 of Northumberland and Durham Performance, as she turns for the final time in this end in 16 minutes, 0.47. That means the 17-minute mark isn't going to be achievable for her on this occasion, but her lifetime best is still a good chunk past the 17 mark. 17 minutes 12.55. So anything under that would be an excellent achievement by the young swimmer in lane 5. 16-year-old Emma Price has got just 50 metres left to go and is definitely going to set a new lifetime best here. As she goes past the red markers that signify 25 metres left to go. Anything underneath 17.12 is what we're looking for. And she's only actually going to be just the wrong side of 17 as she comes into the final 5 metres. Takes the wall and the heat in a new lifetime best of 17.07.91. Kerry Henney takes second, 17.15.61, also a lifetime best. Philippa Britton goes 17.18.66. And just one more swimmer to come through, Jessica Arundale of the University of Bath in lane 6. Give her a bit of encouragement as she comes into her last few metres. She takes the wall there to finish off the fifth heat of the women's 1500 metres freestyle.
Thank you, swimmers. Please clear the floor by either side.
Now we will have a swim-off before the end of this session. So we will have a swim-off in the women's 100 metres backstroke, and this is for a place in the junior final. But while we wait for that, the confirmed result is there for the women's 1500 metres freestyle, with Emma Price, Kerry Henney and Philida Britton the top three in that event. And here come the athletes for the women's 100 metres backstroke swim off. It'll be Lily Grover going in lane 4, whilst Annabelle Crees goes in lane 5. They both tied on 64.16 in the heats. Whichever of these two wins this swim off will be racing again this evening in the junior final of the women's 100 metres backstroke. Really simple, this one. Whoever hits the wall first will make their way into the junior final of the women's 100 metres backstroke tonight. Those finals will start from 7 o'clock. The show gets underway from 6:45 tonight, so make sure you're here at the London Aquatics Centre or watching on BBC iPlayer to see all of the action across the course of tonight's finals, and it will feature one of these two swimmers, Lily Grover or Annabelle Crees. It is Grover who turns first. The Royal Wolverhampton School swimmer in 30.53, almost a second ahead of Annabelle Crees. So Grover has gone out really, really strong. Can she hold on, though, and hold off Annabelle Crees the whole way into the finish as Crees starts to speed up and draw alongside Lily Grover. This is going to be mighty close on the finish as they come under the flags at exactly the same time. Lily Grover in 4, Annabelle Crees in 5. It is Crees. 103.34 to 103.43. 9/100ths of a second between Annabelle Crees and Lily Grover. An incredible swim-off between the two 18-year-olds, and we will see Annabelle Crees again tonight in the junior final of the women's 100 metres backstroke. And there's the official result of that swim-off, with Grover in second, Crees in first, and only 9/100ths between them. Well, a huge thank you for joining us across the course of this session, whether here at the London Aquatics Centre or online on the Aquatics GB YouTube channels. We'll be back for the B finals at 6 o'clock tonight, and the A and junior finals go at 7 p.m. You won't want to miss them. See you soon.